Ngifuna kube ngathi ngiyakhuluma.
Kumalo 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3. One two 1 2.
Members, whilst we're waiting, we've just been informed that the Minister is going to be late because she had to fly in, or she is flying in and will only land, or she landed at 20 to 6, yeah. So to get from the airport to here will take some time. But whilst we're waiting for her, our approval to visit the Dinosaur Centre has been approved. I just want to find out whether the members that indicated that they were going are still going, so that we can ensure that the application is the correct one. So I know Honourable van der Berg is going, and I know Honourable Sithole indicated, and Honourable Mabilu, myself, and and Honourable Mokoena. Are we still on par with that? Okay, so you cannot attend. Amanda, could you just call Honourable Mabilu for us, please? Oh, is he in the bathroom? All right. In view of that, is there anybody else that would like to attend that did not indicate as such, seeing that Honourable Sithole is no longer attending? Nobody? Okay, perfect. Then I think in that instance, we'll just wait for Honourable Mabilu, and then will you have to resubmit the application saying that it has been approved for those members, but one has now indicated that she can no longer attend?
Thank you, Chair. I think what will happen is if there's another member who wants to, if we change the names, we'll probably have to resubmit the formal application. But I can follow up with House Chairperson's office, and I think from our side, if there are people who are taking their names off who are no longer available to go, we can just notify them. But I don't think that will necessarily require an additional approvals process.
Okay, let's see. It doesn't seem as if anybody else can attend. We'll just wait for Honourable Mabilu to indicate whether he can still go with us. DM, welcome to you. I'm very sorry, but the minister has indicated that she's going to be a little late because she flew in and landed at 20 to 6. So we have agreed to give her the opportunity to be a little late, round about 1:15. Okay.
Ongibe ready. Oh, sorry. It's just for a picture, ne? Because now the mic is on. Oh.
Sorry, ladies, can I ask you to take your seats, please? It's fine, it's fine. Good evening to the Minister, the Deputy Minister. It's good to see you here, Minister, because we really need you in this meeting today. And then welcome to all the members. We've been together for the whole day since 9:30 this morning, so I don't have to extend a hearty welcome to our honourable members. Could I ask you if, all right, Mardia, we're not going to take that presentation off. The agenda was circulated to everybody. We've welcomed everybody. Mardia, could I ask you for apologies, please?
We haven't received any apologies, Chair.
Okay, the agenda is as follows. It is one item that we're speaking to today, and it's the follow-up briefing by the Department of Small Business Development on the Spaza Shop Support Fund, and after that will be questions and answers. There are no minutes that we're going through today. So could I ask for a proposer and a seconder? Honourable Modise?
Thanks, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. That is then captured for record purposes. Honourable Minister, I think you know what happened last week with our meeting with your department and what transpired, that we unfortunately as a committee had to send them packing. And I just want you to be clear that this is not a fresh start. It's not a fresh start from our side. It's a continuation of the meeting that should have taken place. Every single member sitting here today was in that meeting, and they were all shocked by the presentation. It was a lackluster presentation, and the questions that were posed could not be answered. And that is why that unanimous decision was taken to send you, inverted commas, packing. And it would have been great. I know it's difficult on a Wednesday because you have cabinet meetings. If you could have been there, because as a leader of the department, you could possibly have given us the lead on that. And then we must just know that today is about the answers. It's no PR spin and no vague commitments. We are looking at public funds, and we demand public accountability to the 500 million that has been made available. The key concerns that was spoken to last week was the application process. Of the 200,000 plus, only 3,800 had been approved. We wanted answers to the 3 DCPs, who chose them, based on what, and where's the competition? Why only the 3? The funding flow. Why is money going to DCPs and not to the entrepreneurs? The geographic bias, why mostly Gauteng, and where is the rural outreach? We don't see that, and we couldn't get replies. And then another question that arose, I think Mardia did send out the questions that were posed. Is this fund truly empowering small business owners or fueling state-linked monopolies? Those were one of the questions. Is it a bailout mechanism or is it economic development? And then I just want to, in closing, say, unfortunately, if you and your department are not fully prepared today with facts, breakdown, and transparency, this committee will send you packing again. We are appointed, like our counterparts in the NA, or elected to these positions to hold the executive to account, and that is what we will do. This is a decision taken by the full committee, and I have the support of my sister committee chair, who chairs the other committee that we serve on, and we are expecting replies to this. And this committee is not just a formality. It is here to hold you to account. So, and we are here to defend public interest. And 500 million isn't just something that we can throw down the drain. So we can now proceed. It's your opportunity to table what you have to say to us. And after that, you can hand over to whoever will be taking us forward. And then before we have questions and answers, you are also able to table something, should you so wish. And then after that, we can close the proceedings and take it from there. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Probably let me just on the comments first apologize for whatever that had transpired in the last meeting, that I could not attend due to my executive responsibilities, and do assure the members of the Select Committee that we are fully committed in providing accountability and information on the work that we do, because myself and DM seated here are public representatives. Therefore, we have no choice but to serve the people of this country. We have no reason to hide anything. And as I say that, I know what accountability means. I've been a whip in this parliament years back before I joined the executive. So I fully understand what has to be done by the members of the executive and the departments they lead, because we are not the department. We are the leaders of the department. We will account and provide clarities on all policy-related matters, as we know, according to the law, how far we can go in terms of their responsibilities. And we will also talk to the work that is being done administratively, which gives effect to some of the questions that the honorable members are talking about. As I appreciate the opportunity that we've been given, and let me also applaud the Select Committee for the dedication on the oversight work that we are doing, which definitely will empower us to improve on the work that we do as we provide oversight, poking gaps in areas that we may not have seen. The interventions that we are making on the Spaza Shop Fund, because it's important that I give the context. It's not a decision that we woke up and did. We are responsible, amongst other things, for the township and rural enterprise development. And that requires us to provide different instruments that must respond to the development of that economy or the revitalization. Now, under the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, we have a specific support that goes to Spaza shops, just like we support Chisanyamas, butcheries, and the others. Following the incident, which led to some young kids dying, may their beautiful souls rest in peace, and others getting sick, we then agreed, as we're working with the net joints, to say, we've got to make sure that we know who's trading in South Africa. And as I say that, everyone had been hoping or believing that it is the Department of Small Business Development that does that work. And again, according to the law, the Businesses Act of 1991, the responsibility to register businesses lies with local government, which is why we stepped in to say, can we then say, let's register and therefore work with the Department of COGTA in doing that? We then made a commitment to say to those South African-owned Spaza shops that may not meet the requirements in terms of the compliance, we will assist them. Why we did this? I spoke about the program that we have of reviving the township economy. Our intention was not to punish or close out South African-owned businesses. We wanted to know who trades, and of course, those that deal with the compliance, they then deal with those that are not compliant. But we made the commitment, which is why we established a fund, a joint fund, between ourselves, the Department of Small Business Development, and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The fund is 500 million, as the chair has said. 150 million runs from our coffers, specifically for stock provision. 350 from DTIC through NEF for the other compliance measures, refurbishments, anything that goes there, POS machines and other things. We then agreed that this money is going to be administered through CIFA, which already holds the fund for the stock, and then the other one through NEF. The numbers we did present, the team is going to get into the details of the total number of the Spaza shops that registered. It was in our interest to understand that as Accenture, in the report they provided in 2023, they did say there's an estimated number of 150,000 Spaza shops. How many are owned by South Africans? Because they did report that according to their findings, majority are non-South African owned. But we needed to satisfy ourselves so that when we design the instruments for interventions, we know exactly how many are owned by South Africans in which area, which is a process that was led by COGTA, as I indicated. We decided because we know the capacity of the municipalities. We then said there's a need for us to beef up that capacity by appointing 52 business regulation officers. This we did knowing very well that there are dedicated officials in some of the municipalities, because not all municipalities do have dedicated personnel that deals with the registration of the businesses at the local level. So that was the first intervention. That was the second intervention following the commitment of the 150 million or the 500 million jointly shared by the two departments. Again, as this work continues, which is why the president had to extend, we then discover that actually municipalities don't have digital systems. They have to do this work manually. You come and register as Stella Trading, you produce an ID, they must take it to Home Affairs to verify indeed if it is authentic and all the other things that they are asking for based on the standardized draft bylaws that were issued by Minister Hlabisa that were giving guidance on the municipalities. Some of the municipalities did adopt those standard bylaws, others have not up to date, which is again the competency of COGTA, and they are pursuing the municipalities on that. Because it's important that I give this context so that as we look at the number of the people that are registered versus the number of the people that are approved, that there are gaps because we said all those people must go and register, but that did not mean that they all qualify for the permits. Because for you to trade, you must have a permit or a trade license. This is why we said we are going to step in and assist the South African-owned if they can't get the permits. The numbers were there, systems disintegrated, we extend the timelines as the president had done, and then we finally get to the number of 60,000 plus. The team will provide the exact details that we will go to. Now, the work that we do as the portfolio requires us to provide both non-financial support and financial support. In providing services to the entrepreneurs that we are responsible for, we do use partners that we have. For example, when we provide financing, we do it through intermediaries. It is a system that is used whether you go to IDC and other DFIs. It is what is being used because we have not managed to invest a lot in technology that must ensure that we're able to provide the service that can be tracked on time, give feedback, and all of that, which is what now we have said since we have merged the two entities, we've then given a mandate to the board and the agency to say, you've got to digitize your systems so that we also try to minimize the high utilization of the intermediaries, which already they use. I did indicate that it is not only us that use those. It's different because you may find that there are those that are not using them completely, but from our side, it is what we use. Chairperson, it is indeed an ambitious program that we started, because whilst we're looking at assisting Spaza shops to be compliant, but we're also looking at ensuring that they work together so that we can encourage bulk buying, because it is through bulk buying that they are able to get discounts. If you look around the areas we reside in, those that will stay in the townships and rural areas will know of this. The non-South African owned, they always organize when they go by. The South Africans in business still don't know how to collaborate or work together, including utilizing stock files and cooperatives to use the financial muscle that they have to go and source businesses. So the first thing that we had said, one of the things that we want to see happening once this process is finalized is that we would have managed to get them organized so that they can negotiate at the bulk buying. We established the task force on township, which had a group of the food manufacturers, all of them who have distributors. We asked for their list, and then we said the teams administratively must go and do the work. To respond to the disintegrated systems or the lack of our digital systems in some municipalities, we then developed our own system, DSBD Connect, in order to make sure that municipalities that don't have those that are interested, they can adopt that system so that it gives us an ease of doing things, registration, we can be able, all of us, to see timelessly instead of what is happening now. Because even now, numbers, they trickle because they capture manually and all of that. So the DSBD Connect is being rolled out, and the team will talk to the numbers that are being registered. Because the system then still had problems, then SIFA had to get a system internally that must help, so that, because we didn't want system crashes, because there's going to be pressure when people are registering, especially if they come in bulks, as we assumed that they will come in bulks. We have observed that actually the response is not very positive, Chairperson. Response in terms of the applications from those that are qualifying first and from those that need the support that we must assist with compliance. Unfortunately, the fund can only be dispersed based on the number of businesses that have registered, and that's a voluntary process. We may take too long to disperse because there are these other things that must be verified. We have seen, for example, in the Free State, according to the reports that we got from the Ministry of Economic Development, that the minute we called for the registration of Spaza shops, the number of marriages increased from the courts. This, again, we get because it's a net joints program that involves many departments to say, watch out, you may see areas of fraud, wherein some South Africans will then stand in or front for the non-South Africans, the foreigners, especially the illegal ones in our country. Again, we activate the responsible department for that, Department of Home Affairs and Department of Labor. Department of Home Affairs, look at the Immigration Act, your Section 22, your Section 42 deals with what can be done and what cannot be done. So we're banking on them. Ours is to report and refer to those departments, but we administer the fund. The teams, as I said, will get to look at those things, and all of things, as I indicated earlier, they are part of the response mechanism to the township and rural economic development challenges that are faced by our people. And Chairperson, with your permission, I will then hand over to the Director General of the department, who is the accounting officer for the administrative work in the department. We also have the other teams, as you have already seen, the DM, we have the acting CEO, who's the accounting officer from CIFA, the implementing agency. Over to you, Director General.
Thank you very much, Minister, and greetings to the chairperson and the members. I will not be long. Minister has already given the direction in the opening remarks. Mine is just to also re-emphasize that the presentation today is twofold. It's going to be presented by both the department, DDG Delwa, and the acting CEO of SETFA, Mr. Mbata. And the department will present the first part of the presentation, which will cover the progress and challenges in the business registration and also the licensing of the Spaza shop policy and the legislative intervention and the development approach to informal and micro businesses. This will then be from slide 1 to slide 25. Noting that there were questions previously, I was part of the meeting. The presentation will then attempt to answer those specific questions. Then SETFA will present on the Spaza Shop Support Fund, including the matters of the delivery channel partners, which will be from slide 26 to slide 47. Then again, we'll come back with the last part of the presentation, which is from slide 48 to the end. Then we'll address the awareness and the media plan to popularize the DSPD intervention, to address some of the challenges related to the business registration processes. We have taken note of the issues that were raised previously, like Minister has said, the specific questions which we have noted, and the presentation today will then cover those issues. With your permission, Chairperson, without any waste of time, may I request DDG Delwa, I see the presentation is on the screen, to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good evening to you and members of the committee. I am going to focus on the issues that have been raised. This is how we have prepared the presentation so that we could speak to the issues of the registration. Members in the last meeting were concerned about the correlation between the numbers of applications for licenses and permits in relation to the applications we've received for the fund, but also the role of municipalities in the registration process or the licensing process. I won't go through this. I think we did the background previously. On this slide, we are just talking about the role of municipalities. I think Minister already spoke to the role of municipalities in issuing the business licenses. Specifically for the fund, they are also our key partner in that they assist us with the awareness. And so I think even previously we did indicate that we have done some workshops. We continue to do workshops. Most municipalities, over and above our DSBD workshops, are also hosting those workshops. They also have a responsibility to enforce the business licensing. Beyond the licensing process that we have undertaken, municipalities are our key partner to make sure that Spaza shops continue to adhere to the health and safety standards. For the purpose of the Spaza shop fund application, they are also a critical partner because of the requirement for a license or a permit. They do assist us to verify each and every application that indeed the applicant has an approved permit or a license. Then in terms of the process we have undertaken to develop the database, I think we spoke to this process the last time. I will focus on the verification process because I think that's the most important part for this evening. When the ministers reported, they indicated that there were about 82,000 applications that were received for Spaza shop owners for either a license or a permit. the Department of Small Business with DCOG has been undergoing a verification process. This process essentially means receiving the actual databases from municipalities with the names and ID numbers of the Spaza shop owners who have come forward to apply for a license or a permit. To date, with the data we have received from municipalities, we have been able to verify 44,696 applicants. And I think it's very important to stress this because those applications in the respective municipalities are still going through the process of approval, which is what we have found to be one of our significant challenges. Another question that was raised was the issue of the conflict between South African-owned Spaza shops and foreign-owned Spaza shops. I think what is important for us to indicate here is the Spaza Shop Fund is strictly for South Africans, and so in relation to the fund, there are no concerns. We do, however, as we do our awareness campaigns, do stress the importance that those foreigners who are legally within the country are allowed to conduct business if they have the legal documents to do so. And we are working with the Department of Home Affairs also to try and do that awareness. We have started in our awareness campaigns to involve the Department of Home Affairs. The first workshop we've done with them was on the 29th of May in KZN, where as part of our awareness, they do raise awareness about the Immigration Act as well as the Refugee Act, but also they are assisting us with the process or assisting municipalities with the process of verifying documentation for foreign-owned nationals. And I want to just underscore here that for registration or business licensing or permitting, the foreign nationals must still go through the process because they must receive the necessary license to continue to conduct business in those areas. I think the other issue that was raised is about the bureaucratic red tape with the registration process. As a department, I think Minister spoke to the amount of work we have done to go to the respective provinces to really understand where issues are. We have analyzed some of the business processes and inefficiencies, and we are continuing to champion from the municipalities and from the different district municipalities as well, so that they can deal with some of those issues. Here, this is a slide that really just provides an outline of how a business license application process should flow. Obviously, because of the different role players, this process takes long, and we have identified a number of challenges across the different steps. And in the following slides, we'll speak to some of the recommendations we are making in terms of that. This is just the summary of some of the key challenges that we have experienced. Just to recap, as a department, our responsibility is the business licensing legislation, and then the provinces have a responsibility to implement, and the Act empowers then the provinces to designate municipalities to be the licensing authorities. In terms of the current Act, although it's an old Act, there is a section that talks to the opposite license, which can be utilized in place of a business license. What we have observed in our engagement with the provinces is that some provinces have utilized this approach. In the Western Cape and the Northern Cape, they have decided to use the certificate of acceptability as an opposite license, while KZN, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo and Mpumalanga, they've also utilized trading permits. The main provinces that are still sticking to business licenses is Gauteng and Northwest. Our view as the department, what we are recommending is that the MSEs that have been issued with either trading permits or certificates of acceptability as defined by their municipalities as opposite license, that these should be considered to be licensed in terms of the Act, and that they should then receive all the necessary business development services and funding going forward. The other issue that we are recommending, because in the Act already there is a provision that you can grant a business license with a condition. Because of the lengthy process it is taking to approve those licenses, we are recommending municipalities to issue or grant licenses while they then allow the Spaza shops to comply with some of the requirements. Another option that is provided in the Act is to issue a full license and then give the Spaza shop owner time to then fulfill some of the requirements. And we are then suggesting this is really so that we can get as many Spaza shop owners as possible being fully compliant in terms of the permitting and the licensing. Another issue that has been raised is the issues of levies across the different municipalities. The cost of getting the license is different, and we are saying in terms of Section 6 of the Act, the provinces can issue regulations to standardize, and as the DSBD, we are really suggesting that they issue regulations to standardize. One, the issue of the appeal, because there are a lot of also applications for licenses that are stuck at the appeal process because different municipalities have different procedures for the appeal process. The second, we are asking provinces to consider is standardizing reasonable fees or levies, because it is within their purview to be able to do that. The last one that we are recommending is for them to also standardize the application process across municipalities, and also that if they can really encourage the use of electronic business licensing systems. The other issue is with regards to SPLUMA, which is the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act. Because of the Act, the municipalities have a responsibility to regulate zoning. Our view, which is supported by the NDP as well as some of the key experts in this area, is that there should be a work that municipalities do in terms of zoning that accommodates informal economic activities whilst ensuring that there is structured urban growth, because the compliance in this area is also what is affecting the Spaza shops from meeting the requirements. We are saying in the short term there is in the Act an opportunity for municipalities within their bylaws to grant exemptions for Spaza shop owners and small businesses. We are advocating for that as a department, but also medium to long term, we are advocating that municipalities use zones for informal businesses, including, of course, development controls. This by no means means that should be at the risk of the safety, but as much as possible, we are recommending that. Then I'm going to, these are other recommendations around Building Regulation Acts, which are also some of the red tape that we have identified that make it difficult or that delay the application process. Let me then, Chairperson and members, go straight to the issues that have been raised around the CIPC registration. I think here it's important to indicate that the department in 2014 developed and Cabinet approved the National Informal Upliftment Strategy, which is what we call NIBAS. The strategy was really developed so that we can assist small enterprises, informal traders and the likes to progress through their entrepreneurial journey. Realizing that formalization is very important, but that the informal traders might not yet be ready, and that they needed to be supported and that an enabling environment is created. We have what we call a Vuvuzela graduation model, which informs how we approach the support to our MSMEs, starting from the informal all the way up. So, and we are raising this because the issues of formalization, while it is important, we do have a responsibility to make sure that those who remain in the informal are supported. What we do know is that majority of Spaza shop owners and informal traders are operating as sole traders, and so they might not necessarily want to convert to PTY or register as CPIC. And then in terms of the tax legislation as well, a sole trader can, who operates on a small scale can run a business. The sole traders are not required to register with the CIPC, but they must, however, register for personal income tax. Then here we've just provided how the different requirements apply across in terms of the tax responsibilities as well as the business registration. I think the main aim for us is to just indicate that in the different programs we implement under the NIMBUS, the IMEDP, these are some of the requirements that we do have, especially for the IMEDP targets the informal. And then when we go for the shared economic infrastructure, although the municipalities apply, the informal traders must still meet the requirements as outlined in the IMEDP. And then as we progress to some of our more higher programs like TRAP, we then start to require more formalization. We are just trying to demonstrate here that where we have located Spaza shops is in between, and as a result, we are really trying to support them to formalize, but also those who are not formalized, we would really want to also still make sure that they are given the necessary support. This is just to reflect, and I think the CEO who's coming next will speak to the difference. This is the program of the Spaza shop that we were implementing before. That has now been replaced or with the new version of the Spaza shop. And we have some learned lessons from the previous Spaza shop fund that we have funded, which has informed how this fund has now been designed. With that, Chairperson, let me hand over to the CEO to then take us through the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, good evening. Good evening to honorable members also. The Minister, the DM, the DG, and the colleagues. I would try to, my name is Kosko Nambata. I'm the acting CEO at SETFA. I am glad to be part of the meeting today to try and provide clarity, Chairperson, on some of the matters that were raised. I won't go into some of the details, and Chair, with the permission, I will skip some slides where I believe the information has been received by the committee. Chair, we're here today to account for the 150 million part of the 500 million, because there's two entities, as has been alluded, that are responsible for distributing these funds to the well-deserved Spaza shop owners in South Africa. As an agency of the Department of Small Business Development, SETFA, we have been then tasked with the 150 million of the total funding. And I will then take the committee through some of the matters. As mentioned, I think it's clear, Chair, and you said we must not restart the meeting, but the intention of this fund is to make sure that we achieve bulk buying, we distribute the fund to the deserving Spaza shops, we are able to get them discounts. We are transparent in terms of how the distribution of the stock and everything works, and that is what one is going to try and do. Chair, from this slide, I'll speak about one thing, and that is the 40,000 rand grant per Spaza shop, which is the maximum that a Spaza shop can apply for. This is where most of our fund as an organization is focusing on the Spaza shop stock up to 40,000, including the related point of sale system that will enable systems or devices that will enable them to order stock from the comfort of their shops, which is very, very important for these businesses going forward. Then the infrastructure part and the renovations and everything and the training part on this slide is what the National Empowerment Fund then covers, with us covering the 40%. They also will be doing some of the stock as well, but we are focusing on that 40,000 plus a bit of access, point of sales to enable them, as I said. We then, if we could move to the next slide. Chairperson, I believe that the process was covered in the previous presentation, including where the Spaza shop owners can go to launch their applications and all that. And it is not my intention to go deeper into that unless if the chair would like me to do so. But that slide just channels where registrations can happen. But I think what is important on that slide, Chairperson, is that we are not saying our Spaza shops must go, if you could just must go online only. We are saying that we've got regional offices as an organization. We've got also branch network, about 53 branches that we've got in the country, 17 regional offices, because we are an entity that has been merged, where SIFA, former Small Enterprise Finance Agency and former Small Enterprise Development Agency and the cooperatives banks have been merged into one entity since the 1st of October. And we are that new entity, SEDFA. We've got the branch, we've got what we call access points. Access points is where we have in the rural areas have empowered local accountants that are normally servicing Spaza shops and small businesses. And those small businesses would normally pay a fee to get those services, and we've empowered some of those accountants to extend our reach in the township and rural areas to say, please offer these services to the small businesses, and they bill us on a monthly basis based on the work that they've done. That is part of us extending our reach, and we then have different co-location points. This is what we are trying to preach, including our mobile vans, trying to preach to say we are not subjecting the Spaza shop owners to be on their own, to just go online and try and figure out this system. We are saying here are the branches, and this is the message that we are preaching now. You can be assisted, you can walk in and be assisted. Those who can then can go online and finish the process, Chairperson. I will move to the next one, but I chair the qualifying criteria. I think the committee asked questions because the committee had understood the qualifying criteria, including the issues of CIPC and registrations, which have been addressed, and I will pass there. But except for saying that the Spaza shop fund, the 150 million that is under our care, is targeting South African-owned Spaza shops. Yes, it is true that foreign-owned businesses that are in the country legally and meeting all requirements are allowed to trade, but not to get money from this fund. This fund is solely for South African-owned Spaza shops, and that's what we want to achieve. At the end, when we're presenting results and the impact of this fund, we want to show the mileage that we've been able to achieve in assisting South African-owned Spaza shops. Chairperson, on the next slide, I would just, and I'm trying to also look at the questions that were asked so that I'm able to deal with them as I'm moving along. I want to just, the DTG explained the 44,000 and the 82,000, and we're saying the process really that we are running as an organization really hinges on a successful registration and proven Spaza shops based on the process that has been undertaken. And the more that is clarified, where the department is helping us to do these verifications, the easier it will be for us to process transactions going forward. As of Friday or Thursday last week, I know that there has been and we must be careful how we use words ourselves when we're presenting to the committee, because sometimes we use words and we make statements that may not necessarily mean what we intend. And today I wanted to say that out of the applications that have been received, Chairperson, because there was a question on this matter, as of Friday, there were 12,849 people that have gone to the portal, registered their Spaza shop, registered their businesses. When they register, we respond on the email with the PIN to say, then if you access the system, use these codes and all the stuff. And then you can then come back and then register your business, because we want to identify or authenticate you rather first. Then there is that 12,000, and I can say that today is almost 15,000, so just above 14,000. The numbers keep growing. That has come to interact with us on the portal. But out of that, only 5,522 have started the application process, and they have not completed that application process, but they are busy processing that application, and the numbers are increasing daily. That number today is different. I'll look for it and quote it again. And then we're saying from that 5,522 that has started the process but not completed applications, there was 838. I think today is about 954, because the numbers keep changing as we go through all the work that we are doing in the provinces to encourage people to, Spaza shop owners to finalize the applications. That number is the number that we have of finalized application, not approved application. And because we are saying we need to wait so that there is a clear balance. Because if we go on and to say, let me approve, you find that the whole money will go to KZN, given the number of applications, or the whole money will go to Gauteng, given the number of applications, which I will get to. But we're saying, we are seeing these applications coming through. We're going to start processing them. But we need to see and have a fair balance where others from different provinces are given a chance to also apply for this fund. And that is where I wanted to clarify where we are. We are ready currently to distribute the stock. I'll get into that, Chairperson. Let me maybe try and move very, very quickly. I know I had said I'll move quickly and smoothly. And the next slide is just what I was talking about, explaining the 12,000 that has interacted and those that have come back to us. I won't spend much time. I've explained it without going into it. The next slide, 34, because let me focus on 34. Slide 34 is the slide that really is a point of focus that breaks down the 838 of the applications that have come through. And this is where the concern of the committee was, that you see a lot of applications coming through from Gauteng, and there's a lot of applications coming through from KZN. Yes, KZN is a rural province, but we have not seen a lot of applications coming from other provinces. And the number is made out of the application coming from all these provinces as defined, with Northwest coming in only at 23. And that's why when the DDG will speak to the work that we are trying to do now to activate this work, and that we've been doing to activate this work, there has to be a focus on provinces. But over and above that, from our side, there is a focus on the 5,000 that has not completed. As I said, the number keeps growing, has not completed the applications to date, because those are the Spaza shop that we must target and be able to say, please go back. What is the challenge? What do you need from us? How can we assist you to complete the application form or the application process, so that the number that is 838 can then grow on a daily basis. And that, Chair, in terms of applications and the value of the support that is required, is sitting at 72 million based on just those 838 applications. We then do look at the amount of money that we have, and we're able to say, given what we see, at some point, either sooner, we will be at the point where we may need more money. But the good thing is that between us and NEF, we would share. We're using one system. We would share the numbers, but we will be able to reach our 150 million very quickly, given the numbers at this level. Spaza shop support program that we started during COVID and towards the end of COVID, and up until we're just discontinuing it now. And we have a lot of lessons that we have learned from that program, which explains why we are choosing the method that we are choosing now, because I'm getting Chairperson closer to that method. And we're saying that what we're using in the past to fund Spaza shops, we used what we call the closed loop card. We went to NetBank and said, NetBank, create cards for us, we'll approve, we'll give you the money, you create cards for us, let the Spaza shops go and buy on their own the stock from the wholesalers, and we will close loop the card to say it can only buy from these wholesalers and nowhere else. And we ran that program since COVID time up until now. As I said, we've just stopped approving that because of this new program. What we would find in that period is that even though the card owners will carry the cards to the wholesaler, or whoever is giving the card will carry the card to the wholesaler and buy, you'll find that the then owners, some of them would trade in the card for cash instead of them taking the card and buying stock themselves. Because we've got a lot of, there's a lot of people who come and apply. Some they do own Spaza shop, but when they get free money from government, they then do a lot of different things. And we found that. We found that actually when they were buying individually themselves, there were no discounts that they were getting because we were sending them straight to the wholesaler, every man for themselves, everyone was buying for themselves. So the discounts were lost, the bulk buying and aggregation was lost. They will spend time going to buy their own products, leaving the shops and everything. And we are saying now, based on those lessons that we learned, because then continuous training was not there, so which impacted on the sustainability of the program. It is then that reason that has informed prior to the 500 searching for a better method of providing meaningful support to the Spaza shop. And we started funding as an organization some of the, actually we were experimenting on this one because we were dealing with the model, I think a year ago, to say, how about we have proper partners that have systems that will be able to deliver the stock to the Spaza shop, but not only deliver the stock, but to train them, make sure that they've got proper record, make sure that they grow, they visit, and do all these things that we as an organization on our own, we cannot reach and be able to do. And we're able then to start the model. It is that basis that we have found ourselves in a situation where we are applying the very same model on the current Spaza shop program as the minister had alluded. We do indeed have as an organization two funding models. One is the channel partner funding model that we run. We've got about 43 funding partners that we have with a book of over R1 billion, where we are funding different partners for different things so that they're able to reach out to small businesses on our behalf across the country. And it is based on that model then that we continue then with the DCP model that we had adopted to make sure that we're able to reach out to as many as Spaza shops, but that we train them, that we deliver the products to the Spaza shops to cut the problems that we faced in the past where we were not able to manage or track the stock, or a lot of different things were happening in that program. And this is where we are, and we do fund in that space about 150 million rand per delivery channel partners, or per channel partner that you have, intermediary partner, on across. Some are funding into people who received tenders or purchase orders, some are funding to manufacturing, some are funding to agriculture. We have them across the different spheres, and that has helped us to achieve and to be able to disperse billions of rands in any particular year as an organization through this extended model. Chair, then we are then saying, or we are then, what we wrote, we're then saying this model will then help us to achieve faster rollout, cost efficiencies, and access to well established local networks. and they will then provide that comprehensive support that is necessary for sustainability of the Spaza shop owners. And we are then in a good position to oversee these delivery partners ourselves, because we've got a see-through in terms of their model, their systems that they have, that they utilize, the discounts that they're offering to the Spaza shops, and we'll be able then to be able to say, this is a Spaza shop that we've submitted to you to work on from our system, and how far are you, and what have you done? Where are the numbers? How are they growing? How are they buying? Have you trained them on how to use the system, the point of sale system, for them to order from the comfort of their home? And all that work will be done prior to the Spaza shop receiving the stock. Chairperson, I'll then go to slide 38. That 38 really covers the qualifying criteria that we utilize, because we did a lot of due diligence on the DCPs, and we used the qualifying criteria. We've detailed it, Chairperson. I would not go through it one by one, but we tried to make sure that everything that we looked for and we ticked is detailed on this slide. I think there's about 2 slides that really covers the qualifying criteria of what we were looking for when we were looking for the DCPs. And then we had our teams going to look at their systems, test and verify if their systems are good. We also still have some of the delivery channel partners, like, for example, your Coca-Cola, who are coming up and they want to be part of the system from a partnership point of view. And we are then assessing some of them. Will continue to do so as part of the delivery model that we have. Chairperson, that slide 38 and 39 covers really the qualifying criteria of the DCPs that we have. And I would take that also as read, so that I do not take a lot of time. And when on slide 40, we're saying that there's a few things that matters to us over and above just the qualifying criteria, which, as I said, training of the Spaza shop owners, negotiating discounts. I'll get into that slide, and not just training them on a single intervention, but we're going to as a single intervention, but ongoing training as the stock is being distributed, and allowing them to have continuity and to order from these DCPs. And what we are saying is that the DTIC and the DSBD are currently sharing the database of local suppliers that we need to onboard into the platforms of the delivery channel partners, so that we achieve the goals of this fund, where we also uplift local suppliers, and they're included into this model. And that channel is very much open, and we're getting that. And we're also saying that we are not excluding local wholesalers, because the delivery channel partner model is a system-based model that incorporates different wholesalers that come into the space, but they are managed for the benefit of achieving discounts for the Spaza shop. And it is that tool and that system that is utilized, and it's going to be utilized in different provinces. And we are saying if, for example, Spaza shop says, I want to buy from Kosikona and Sons, and as long as Kosikona and Sons is willing to offer the discounts and is willing to be part of the program, those can then be put in by delivery partners and be listed. So it's a model that encompasses all. It's not a limited model. And the DCPs then, as they work, they then onboard these, and it allows competition then, because they will be able to see who is selling, who's offering better discounts, and how can we then do that and make the wholesalers compete for the benefit of the Spaza shop owners. And that is what we wanted to achieve. And we believe this is a long, sustainable method in the space of the Spaza shops. And those regular site visits would then be done with an aim of growing these Spaza shops. Chair, I'll go straight then to the slide, that is slide 42. And we are saying that so far, what we've onboarded as an organization is 3 delivery partners, and their names are Spaza, A2Pay Media Corp, we call them A2Pay, and Tradeport. And those are the ones that have been onboarded to deliver on the 150 million. And this goes back to what I was saying, to say the local owned Spaza shops, because these work as the I mean, the local owned or local wholesalers can be onboarded because this serves as a delivery channel partners. We are saying then that, Chairperson, the whole 150 million, is earmarked to benefit the Spaza shops, which is going to talk to issues of stock and the issues of point of sale. We are then saying that on over and above that, there's non-financial support that will be provided by the delivery partners, which is overall management and coordination of the program, physical verification of each Spaza shops and geomapping, training and assessment of each Spaza shop, quality control issues to make sure that we don't have the problems that we experienced as a country. We deal with issues of monitoring and evaluation and reporting. And then we're saying then also the subsequent audits of the Spaza shops. And that's what they will be doing. But our confirmation is that 150 million will go to each and every Spaza shop that we have. And we're saying, yes, as an organization, we will make additional support in terms of payment for managing and running these businesses. If a Spaza shop, for example, is being run and is managed, and all these 6 things are being provided at a cost of, if they ask for 40,000 rand, then that would be the cost, for example, of less than 4,000 rand to do so and manage it over a period of time. And that is the average of the 9.1%. And we said, when the crisis started and the fund was announced, we started this process. And by the time the fund was officially launched, we had gone in terms of doing our due diligences to get us ready, because our intention was to get the funds to the Spaza shop. The next slide just explains the DCPs and the Spaza shops that they have in the various provinces, and how big they are, and the systems that they have, and the level of experience. Some over 20 years experience working with the Spaza shop, some having even much more bigger network and 120 years of retail experience, and they are based currently in different provinces. If you look at the right hand column, and this is what they have been managing directly and indirectly in the different provinces in the country, which then explains why we then have allocated these into the different provinces that we have for them to be able to reach out to these businesses. This is before we get to them even onboarding local wholesalers and everything. And the last column, Chairperson, speaks to the discounts that they have committed to so far in terms of the stock, and they continue to work on more discounts. You can see that with A2Pay, for example, up to 3.5 discount. With Tripod, is up to 7% discount just on stock. And we are working with them to make sure that these discounts are received and they are passed to the Spaza shop owners. Chairperson, with that, I would say that really the key performance areas that we are looking for on this is outreach and inclusion, capacity building and economic empowerment, and the details of it are listed under each and every one of these. And I did go to the slide 47, the lessons learned, and I would leave it to over to the Minister or the DG. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is the presentation and the responses that we are providing to the questions that were asked. Please switch off your mic. Chairperson, I want to assure the honorable members, this is not a bailout, as they have listened to the presentation. And also to correct something, we are not giving the Spaza shop money, as the CEO has explained our previous experience. They are getting stock, just like if they need to have shelves in terms of compliance of their buildings from the NEF side. NEF, through their IDZ and the other people that they are appointing, they then get the businesses that they've supported to go and offer the services. Because we are trying to minimize as much as possible transferring funds to people who may not use it for the intended purposes. This is why we are offering it as a non-financial support, although they will generate profit from it. Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to take it back to you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I think, members, we know that they have come back with a much more comprehensive report for us, but I still have a few questions that are looming, but I would like to open the floor to the honourable members to ask questions. I have noted Honourable Modise, Honourable Farmer, Honourable Pinaar, Honourable Van der Berg, and I think Mabilo will come later. Thank you very much, in that order.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and Mary, myself, with your input earlier on in welcoming the Minister and the Deputy Minister to the meeting, and emphasize that indeed we were not happy in the last meeting as the committee. So it's not your issue alone. I want to emphasize that we were not happy to a point where we suggested that we will have to sacrifice today in between everything that we're doing so that we're here, because we know that it's difficult to get minister, especially on Wednesdays, because we're told that it's cabinet day. Chair, I don't know, man, before I make my input, if you will allow me to ask the DDG a question that is yes or no, so that at least I know that I don't have to waste time. If it's yes, then I don't have to waste time, okay? DDG, in terms of the number of workshops that you have held, do you know how many you have to date, the workshops? Do you have that information with you? And if you do you know how many people have attended these workshops? If you have, I mean, there's one that says we're in KZN. Do you know how many people were in KZN that came to the workshop? That's the question I just want to.
Thank you, Chairperson. We don't have the total number in terms of attendees, but what we do know, it ranges from 100 to 150, depending on the sessions. So far, in the different provinces, we have held up to 10. That is the combination of the department and the DTIC, and we still plan to have more. But I think, as I indicated as well, municipalities themselves are also hosting them. Okay. We can consolidate that information in terms of attendance and submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. That helps me a lot. Because you see, Minister, when this that I'm going to say comes from a good heart, comes from a person that wants to see you and the department succeed, comes from a person that wants to see you and the department shine. And I'm disturbed, Minister, with the report, especially with the fact that it's not for the first time we're interacting with the report. We would have posed our questions, believing that when the report comes, it will come addressing the questions that we had. But the report comes and still wants us to ask questions, and it's not speaking to what we had addressed. One, I'll make you an example so that you understand what I'm talking about. The report says in terms of the workshops, on the 29th of May, 2005, there was a workshop in KwaZulu-Natal. That's what the report says to us. But if you check at the report here, on the 29th of May, 2025, the workshop was in Velkom, Lejoli Putswa Municipality. So which one is true? Are we in KZN or are we in Velkom? I can tell you for free that to date there has been about 9 workshops, including today's one. Today is the 10th of June. Where is the 10th of June? I marked it when I was reading this report. Yeah, here. Today the report says you are in city of Mbombela. The 10th of June, there's a workshop in the city of Mbombela. And that's why I was asking do we know how many workshops we have had and how many people have attended. And the reason I was asking this question is because the research says there are about 200,000 Spaza shops or tax shop, I don't know which one is the correct term, across the country that are operating. But there are about less than 4,000 from the previous presentation of South Africans that have applied to be part and parcel of this fund. From the 200,000 plus, only less than 4,000 South Africans would have applied. What does that tell you? It tells you that almost 196,000 Spaza shops in the country are run by non-South African citizens. And the amount of money that is generated by this 200,000 plus Spaza shop is almost 180 billion. From the 180 billion, you have less than 4,000 South Africans playing in that space. That's the research that we have. So I have already asked about where were you? Were you in KZN or were you in Velcom on the 29th of May? And the unfortunate part is that these questions will not assist because it's not only the Department of Small Business that is doing this workshop, it's also the DTIC and the municipality. So let me not ask these questions because I wanted to check cost to benefit analysis, how much you spent in convening these workshops and the number of people that turns out, the type of medium that you use, how much do you spend in terms of local community radio stations, local newspapers, in order to mobilize people to come to these workshops. But let me go to this one, Minister. Time and again, we speak about DDM, and that the DDM will assist for single, approach in terms of how government must work. We streamline the work of government between local, provincial, and national. And the unfortunate part is that everything and anything that you and the team are planning to do, you have to do it in the municipality. That's unfortunate. There's nowhere else that you're going to do it. Because the people that you are servicing belong to a certain municipality. And you are agreeing that at times you do not have dedicated public works, public representative or public, what do you call these people who work for the municipality, or officials that are dedicated to their craft. And it impacts on whatever it is that you want to do. And with the DDM, the DDM probably wanted to streamline that so that we have people who are dedicated to assist South Africans in the municipalities that they come from. The biggest problem I have with this project that you are doing is that the honors are not with you for it to succeed. The honors are with the municipal officials. Because this thing of verification and what must be done by municipal officials. And we all know that the municipalities, when it comes to issues of bylaws, they're not that strong. And this is where you need bylaw units. Now, we're going to Provincial Week very soon in terms of oversight of the National Council of Provinces. All members, there are 11 of us coming from different provinces. We can give ourselves tasks and say each member, when we come back, you must have visited about 20 Spaza shops. Just to check the compliance, without engaging with the municipality, without engaging with the province. Just go there as a delegation from a province. In any area, if it's in Northern Cape, just go to Katu and check the number of tax shops that are compliant. And when we come back and we share that information, you will realize that out of 20 per province, 3 or 4 will be compliant. And that's not your fault. That's not your shortcoming. It's the municipal fault. It's a municipal shortcoming. Now, I don't know, Minister, at what point will you be able to make the executive mayors and the speakers, or what they call troika in municipalities, including their councillors, to understand the importance of ensuring that the bylaws are effective and are alive. Because any program that you are going to do, the unfortunate part is that you can't call them to your office. Because I'm sure if you were to call them to your office and everything was to be done somewhere in your office, this thing will succeed. But it needs municipality. Because these tax shops are based in a particular municipality. Take the municipality of Mfuleni, for argument's sake. If we were to check how many, because I see here you went to Mfuleni, Sebokeng on the 3rd of June. I'm just interested to find out how many people turn out, because the issue that you are raising of fraud in terms of marriage arrangements, it's there, and you can't run away from it. And it's there because people probably, they're hungry, they don't have money, so if they're offered 5,000 on the spot, they will do it. I mean, we have seen people who work at the ports of entry, allowing people without papers to get into the country for mere 100 rands or 200 rands. So you can imagine if it's 5,000 rand. So the report goes further to say, the CEO, thank you for enlightening. I was not even aware that the CFAs are not no longer there. And imagine I'm sitting in this committee, but I was not even aware. I want us to go back and emphasize that the fund is for South Africans that owns tax shop. And because that's what the report said to us. And those that were naturalized prior to 1994. Because we don't want South Africans to find themselves in a situation where there's a gentleman that I know who used to play for Orlando Pirates in the early 90s called Etienne Ntsunda. He might have had a child here. And the child today qualifies because he or she was born in South Africa, but he carries a surname that is foreign to South Africans, and then there's a problem. And then we are told corruption and. So let the message go out that it's for South Africans and those that were naturalized prior to 94, so that it's clear. It says here, you have had 12,849 applications, or people that would have visited the site or something like that. And 5,522 are the applications that have been processed. And 838 are the applications that have been finalized. And you then say the figure might have gone up because of these other issues, almost to 900 plus. Now, with that number, 12,000 to 800, it's not even 1,000 from the 12,000, it's not even 1,000. It then makes us to understand why we have less than 4,000 people in South Africa that have participated in this thing. And it seeks to say, CEO, you are encouraging people to buy in bulk with this process. But you are giving them funding or assistance individually. So how are they going to buy in bulk when they're being assisted individually? As opposed to maybe clapping them together area by area to say, in this area we've got so many Spaza shops, let's clap them together. The same thing that we did with Nedbank. So we clap them together, they buy, the minister calls it a stokvel of some sort. So they buy as a stokvel as opposed to buy individually, whilst you are seeking to ensure that they buy in bulk. So for me, I just want us to address those issues because there are so many things that I wanted to speak to, but I'm sure my honorable members will also speak to them because I don't want to be too long on the platform. But please, let's get our facts in order because the information that you give us is what we consume. And one thing that I want to applaud, Minister, is that your team, and this is something that other ministries are not doing, and we're fighting with them. Whenever you receive an invite to come before the meeting, your team immediately prepare reports and send it in time. We received this report sometime last week for today's meeting, and that please keep it up. Don't let go of it because other ministries you get the report today at 5:15 in the evening for a meeting that is tomorrow at 10, and it makes difficult in terms of engagement. And then we lash them. So as much as we lash them, let's also indicate to you that we appreciate very much that we get reports in time, and it gives us an opportunity to go through because it therefore means. What you said to us that you've got nothing to hide, it becomes true. We believe you. Because if you give me a report 7 days prior to the meeting, definitely means there's nothing to hide. But if you give me less than 24 hours, then it makes me to believe that you are hiding something. And for that, I want to thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Minister and Deputy Minister, and the officials of the department. Chairperson, let me start by appreciating the Minister's presence. I can see you're tired. All of us are, in fact, and we don't appreciate being the ones putting you through this, or us through this. But we are voted here by our people, and they expect us to do the work. So let me appreciate that, and also let me appreciate, Minister, what you're saying about the competencies of the different departments in the different areas of work. Because I do understand that some of the questions that we've raised might be questions that pertains to areas of work that does not fall within your department. As you said, it might fall with Home Affairs or municipalities, which is not necessarily your responsibility. So let me also appreciate the fact that, as the chairperson also indicated, that clearly in this presentation an attempt was made to answer the questions we've raised in the, let me just call it the wrong meeting. I do appreciate that a number of the questions I've raised has been answered, or an attempt was made to answer, and I would just like to appreciate that. I pick up that you are referring to registrations in the sense of registering an application. Now, that was not the registration I was referring to in my question. The registration I was referring to in my question is the registration to be a Spaza shop at the municipal level. That was what I was referring to, not necessarily registration to apply for funding. And I raised the question of how does the registrations as Spaza shops, the numbers correlate to registration for application? How does that two see to each other or meet each other? Minister, I want to draw your attention to two slides. Slide 26 is a slide that says, or that shows why this fund was brought into place in the first instance. And what this fund should seek to achieve. Slide 26. Let me just say my questioning would be more of a holistic approach to everything. I will not really go into detail in my questions. And then on slide 29, you've listed the qualifying criteria for Spaza shops. Now, in my view, you may disagree with me, but in my view, the criteria listed on slide 29 does not necessarily address slide 26. Let me explain why I say that. You can have, or the way you go about doing this work is registering Spaza shops, South African-owned Spaza shops, and get them to a place of being funded so they can run as Spaza shops, South African-owned. That does not necessarily exclude, or it can exclude, but it does not necessarily address foreign-owned Spaza shops. Meaning, you can achieve all of slide 29 with a number of Spaza shops, but still have illegal Spaza shops running every day. And they don't need, and a number of them don't need your funding because they've made enough money over the number of years that they can fund themselves. So, in my view, the criteria of slide 29 does not address the issue why this fund was brought into place in the first place. If you're with me in how I think about it. Secondly, I want to come to an issue raised by the first presenter. I don't know, they refer to you as the DG, I'm not sure. Or DDG, or, okay. Sorry for not attending to that one, but you made you mentioned a situation of conflict between illegally owned Spaza shops or of foreign illegally owned Spaza shops versus South African owned Spaza shops. And with all due respect, I am not aware of any conflict where in a community the South African owned Spaza shops are fighting with the foreign-owned Spaza shops. I don't know of a conflict situation there necessarily, as you put it. I do, however, foresee that there can be a conflict in terms of us and them. And I think we have a couple of years ago had this xenophobic issue. But let me say, foreign-owned Spaza shop killed totally South African-owned Spaza shops in a number of communities. South African-owned Spaza shop does not exist in a number of our communities. Chairperson, the third point for me was when we were explained earlier by, or some of our questions was answered around the licensing and how different provinces deal with the licensing differently. I thought there might be a need for us as a committee to call in provinces, or all of the provinces, to maybe hear from their side why would this one persist on going this route, and why all of them cannot come together and take one route, because we want to come to the same destination. So I would just make that suggestion. And then my next one will be on the DCP. The meeting we had when all of this was explained to us for the first time, I think it was a couple of floors upwards. I think Minister Parkstow explained to us that there's a need for South African-owned Spaza shops to be able to sell products at a cheaper price, or at maybe the same price that foreign-owned Spaza shops is selling products. And I take it's from there that this notion arose or came about, where we need to take DCP's bulk buying and to cheapen the products so that our Spaza shops, when I say our, I mean South Africans owned Spaza shops, can also sell products at a relatively cheap price. Otherwise, that competition would also kill the situation. But now, if DCPs, if we say, like the minister end of her presentation earlier, if we say we're not going to give Spaza shops money, and the DCPs are going to supply the products to the Spaza shops, how are we going to manage the pricing situation? Because we still need Spaza shops X to sell toilet paper at a relatively competitive price. But how are we going to monitor that pricing situation? You, CEO, earlier took us to two slides of the DCP criteria. An awful lot of criteria you have there. Some of it, however, create the impression with me that these DCPs also need to help managing and monitor the Spaza shops. So they are not only benefiting in the stock part of the fund. They are not only sharing in the stock part, they will then also be sharing in the other two sections of the fund. So in the now defunct meeting, you presented us with the slide 7, which now is in this presentation spread over two slides, slide 33 and slide 34. But on that slide 7, I think it was 29 million that was indicated on that slide as stock, which I then made a rough sum of saying that means each DCP would at least share a 10 million cut, more or less, out of it. Which now then means if they are sharing in the other two as well, it means their 10 million might now end up going to 15, 20 million each. The slide 49 issue of the areas where the workshop is done, I am a permanent delegate representing the Western Cape. And the two areas you identified in Western Cape is Garden Route and Central Karoo. That is the two most eastern parts of the Western Cape. Nothing in the West Coast, nothing in the Metro, nothing in the Overberg or the Southern Cape. It's just, or Theewaterskloof is only the far eastern side. So I would just like to know, do you plan to come to the other areas as well, or what's happening to that? Then the issue of the marriage arrangement situation. Minister, as a South African, born and bred, with sisters and mothers and daughters, this to me is just another word for slavery. Our women are being enslaved by foreigners in such a way to legalize their stay here. And poverty creates this situation down there. And I'm saying down there because where we are, we earn a salary of some sort. Our people down there don't. And they resort to stuff that we would never do. We cannot comprehend. But for them to put bread on the table, they resort to the most funniest of things to get their bread on the table. So for me, that situation is pretty serious, and I don't know what we will do as a government or as a country to get the intervention there. I would end off by coming to slide 33 and 34. And the first thing that springs to my mind is on slide 33, all right, let me first go to this one. We have 9 provinces in this country. We have, however, 10 rows. The first row is saying not specified, 4,346, of which 57 is black owned. So 4,300 is other owned. Let me just say other owned, not black. But what's jump out of me first is number, the second column, number per province, total at the bottom 5572, total stock 38,500,000. The next slide say number per province 838, total stock 31 million. Now that's too much of a gap between number per province, it's close to 5,000 gap, and yet the millions are very close to each other, both over 30 million. That one jumps at me, it doesn't really make sense for me. And then 5572, black owned 1155. let me accept that it's correct. My understanding of black is African, Indian, and colored, all three. So 4,400 then is white, according to my understanding. And I hope I'm wrong in that understanding. But can someone just explain to me how 800 can draw 31 million and 5,000 38 million? My mind is too small. I cannot get my mind around it. Let me stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. If you can just switch off your mic, please. Colleagues, can I just ask before we get Honourable Pina on the platform to keep track of your questions, because I tried, but there are so many, in the event that they're not answered at the end of the presentation. Honourable Pina?
Thank you, Chairperson. Seeing as the Minister just left, I'll then direct my questions to the Deputy Minister. Hopefully she will fill in the Minister, or my questions will be answered and taken note of by the colleagues in front of me. Colleagues, let me just give you a sense before I start from where I'm coming from. I think we all can remember, maybe not you, but definitely us sitting on this side of the aisle, the debacle we had with the budget in the beginning of the year, where it took 3 tries to approve it. With that being said, the reason for that is a shortfall. There was a budget shortfall. And why is there a budget shortfall in the country? Not enough taxpayers, not enough tax. Now with that in mind, colleagues, like my honourable colleague from Modise pointed out, it's a 180 billion rand industry. 180 billion rand. And as government and government representatives, at all times we need to be formalizing the informal. Why? To add to the tax base, so we can deliver services to the people of the country. And that was part of my big frustration with your department, sir. Not you directly, but the DDG and the rest of the team, is we have a golden opportunity here to register thousands of informal traders. On CIPC, that takes an hour to register there. It takes an hour. And you clearly pointed out in your presentation for me, yeah, it's only for over 80,000. I understand that. But how do you know when they apply? Do they prove to you that they don't meet the threshold? How do you know? You don't know. They just say no on the box, that's all. So I'm saying as government, we have an opportunity here to register thousands of people and get control, or not control necessarily, but formalize the informal sector. And that's the same with the tax registration. You're also making those two, that part not compulsory. You're giving it both the CIPC registration and the tax registration a 6-month transitional period. And that for me was very frustrating, because imagine I'm a Spaza shop owner. I apply for the fund, I'm awarded the contract or the funding. I get the funding within a period of 2-3 months. I go and buy my stock, then I disappear. What control do you have over me after 6 months to go and register for CIPC or for... You've got no control. Otherwise, are you saying you're going to come take back the stock? You're not going to do that. So I'm frustrated about why you included that 6-month transitional period. Why not just remove that part? As a department and government, you've got a golden opportunity to register thousands of people and increase the tax base of this country so we can serve the people. That's my frustration. And it goes beyond me why it's not compulsory. And yes, there's tax reasons why it's not, and certain sole mandates, it's not a PTY, that's fine. But this is taxpayer fund, people. The standard should be higher. It's not your money. It's the people out there who voted for us. It's their money we're using to pay for these Spaza shops. And we must put the standard very high. And why not make it compulsory? I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, there's nobody in this room, I'm sure, is against this. The problem is, because at the end of the day, what we want to achieve is we want to increase our market share as South Africans of the 180 billion. That's what we want to do. And increase South African market share within this community of Spaza shops. And we support that, of course we do. But let's also use it as an opportunity to grow our tax base and register these people. And like I said, I'm going to say it again, make the informal formal. Chairperson, then I want to get to Setfa. You spoke a lot about you are overseeing our DCPs. You know, you've got about 10 slides there talking about DCPs, and then luckily there's one that's naming them. I was wondering when it's going to come up, because in the previous presentation, as my colleagues will remember, they were not named. Their names were in secret, held in secret for some reason. Well, at least we have their names now. Spaza, AZL Media, and Trade Board. Now, I would request, Chairperson, a full breakdown of these three companies. They're doing business with the state. I think it's only fair we know where their shareholders are, where the directors are. I think that's reasonable. I mean, they are going to be receiving 150 million of South African taxpayers' money. We want to know who's been allocated those contracts. And again, I want to go back to this. And it wasn't, you not dance around it, but I wasn't 100% clear how you got to it. How did you choose these three? Precisely. Yes, you went out and you saw people, but how did you get to these three? Did you go up an open tender or was it a closed tender? Just give me an indication on that, please. And colleagues, you indicated, the Spaza shops or the DCPs is receiving this 150 million to buy stock for the Spaza shops. But just remember, and Chairperson, I think this is very important. It's not like the DCPs is getting 150 million and they're buying 150 million worth of stock and giving it to Spaza shops. Of course, they're putting a markup on there, a handling fee. Otherwise, why would they do it? They're making a profit there somehow. There's no way, if the DCP is buying a loaf of bread, for example, for 20 rand, he's not selling that same piece of bread to the Spaza shop for 20 rand. He must have a role there. He's not doing it for free. Somewhere he's making a 10%, 5%, whatever. And listen, it's a free economy. But I just want to know, what are their markups on the bulk buying of foodstuffs for Spaza shops? Because they're obviously making something of this 150 billion. Or is that maybe on top of the 150 billion? Maybe you could just clarify that. Maybe it is. Maybe it's maybe you're paying the markup on top of the 150 billion. That's also possible and reasonable. But I just need that information, please. Chairperson, let me just make sure I've covered everything, because otherwise I'm going to be very frustrated with myself. Go to page 25, please. Presentation 25. Thank you. See, there's a contradiction here as well. If you go on the right-hand column, you see qualifying Spaza shops, general dealers must register with the CIBC, South African Revenue Service, and SARS Unemployment Insurance Fund, in cases where they're not registered with these organizations. Just give me clarity, is that the same with it, or is that one just expanded on and it's giving you the caveats as well? Is that what's happening there? And again, Minister, and this is again, you left, I'm sure you went to the toilet or something, but that's fine. my goal here is, like I said, to increase our tax base. Let's get these people formalized. Make sure we as government have the information so we have more money to service our people. Thank you, Chair, that's all.
Thank you very much. Honourable van den Berg.
Good evening to everyone. Right, I have to make it clear that I don't have a Spaza shop and I don't plan to own one. And my questions, therefore, is directed to assisting our country in moving forward. Minister, lately we have been calling for radical transparency, but your department has not been very transparent with the NCOP. Nearly 70% of the questions posed to your department has gone unanswered. Now, the problem is with the human nature is that you distrust something that is foreign to you. And therefore, I have to ask if your department is committed to transparency and if you will please answer the questions that is asked to the Minister in the weekly and monthly process. Right, then we go on. Now, thank you for working on explaining the verification and compliance issues on the Spaza shops. And I wish to just mention that, is that not the purpose for the fund in the first place? And then on slide 33, you have mentioned and I need some clarity, the non-specified part of the application, 4,346, compared to the other ones that has been dealt into the provinces. Now, I need to know, is that because they have not given their addresses, or why is that unspecified? Are you still in progress? We need to know. It is specified in terms of if it's black-owned or female-owned, but if you just can clarify that to me, I would be thankful. Now, you have initially skipped from slide 36 to 47. That made me wonder why. And I need to go to the delivery channel partners. You know, they are the ones to benefit the most from this arrangement, and we should be discussing them more. My question to you is, why do the Spaza shop owners not have more than one supplier? Would that not be enabling them to reach a far fairer competition in the market? We did ask the question in the previous committee meeting, and it was said that there will be only one supplier per Spaza shop. Now, are we not enslaving the Spaza owners by forcing them to buy from one supplier? What allocation criteria was used in the process? Was it open to public participation? Who are the owners of these DCPs? Was a legal process followed in this appointment of the DCPs? Then, do you have performance agreements with the DCPs? Suppliers that regulate delivery costs and markups towards the Spaza shops. You know, if you manipulate the price of a product, the profit can be manipulated even though you have a fixed discount structure or a fixed 5% delivery cost and a 7% profit margin. And it is open to a lot of problems, especially if there's only one supplier per province. You are speaking about the 115 million that will go to the Spaza shops, but you need to please explain to me exactly what happens to the 300 million that's left in the fund afterwards. Then there's so much information available from studying the electronic ordering systems that will be used. For instance, a proper analysis will show what the funds are used for. Is it used for trading? Is it used for personal consumption? What is the repeat business? What's the profitable lines? What's the consumer habits? And are you as a department geared to analyze this and utilize this information? Then also, how will you be able to absorb the cash that's being used at the Spaza shops back into the cart and buying systems for reciprocal buying and deliveries? Because the money has to go back into the system for the DCP to keep on continuing the business after the initial funds have been made available. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable van der Berg. Honourable Mabilu.
Good evening, Chair, members on the platform, the Minister and DM, DG and all officials. I think first and foremost I want to express my appreciation to the report and the background and historical context given by the Minister. I think for me, I've gone through the report. I think I like the format in terms of outlining the challenge, the progress, and the situation. It's a status analysis report. So some of my concerns that I raised in the previous meeting, including my reservations and misgivings, I think they have been taken on board. So as a result, I will not be able to raise them because sufficient ground has been covered in terms of the issues that I raised last time. The first thing that I would just want to raise, it will just be a few, will be, Minister, how seamless, smooth, coherent is the stakeholder partnership between the two departments, yourself and the DTIC, immigration, home affairs, SAPS, etc. I think it could be an ideal model if it is indeed seamless and efficient with result driven as opposed to the silos. The second one will pertain to the question of municipalities as key stakeholders, to say now there are 3 sections that must approve the applications. It will be your fire, it will be your health inspectors, and the land. In the same vein of efficiency, are they housed in one roof so that the applicant is not further frustrated? This X approve, but you are waiting for the other 2 to approve. Are we having a situation where that all 3 can take a firm decision under one roof in an efficient way? I know that is local government, municipalities. But Minister, equally in terms of slide number 9, I am worried, bullet number 3, around the time frames. The time frames pertain to 3-4 months. I can just make an example that in the debate we had last week, some of us pointed out that the turnaround between Tanzania and Rwanda in terms of the border things and other matters were first about 3-4 months. It has been reduced to 6 days. Now, why do we have such a long time frame of 3 to 4 months? Can't we incrementally reduce it in phases from 4 months, 3 months, etc.? So that's the first question, because that delay is really unnecessary. With regard to slide 10, Minister, regarding the verification and the due diligence, the emphasis is put mostly on the inspectorate. And we know there's lack of capacity in terms of human resource. So how then are we going to circumvent such a constraint? I know it's also local government, but my questions are interrelated in all the aspects. The same will go to slide 13, bullet number 3, in relation to the recommendation of 6 months. So I'm just basically around those issues, worried about the time frames that are too long and encumbersome. The other matter will be the 28th February was the deadline of the Spaza shop, and I know subsequently the president did extend. What is the state of affairs, or what obtains now currently, and when is going to be the timeline? I think with regard to the people with disabilities, we are not doing very well in all the provinces, in all the sectors. I mean, 1 is 0, 1, 2, 4, 3. And for me, that is an anathema to me. How then do we mainstream that process by working together, getting the database from the Department of Social Development? Because I don't think there are people who are not interested, who are disabled to participate in the broader economy, etc. So my last 2 or 3 questions will relate to the lack of uniformity in the provinces. I think my colleague has already raised it, and it is a matter that we should look into. But I'll be concerned, Minister, and your team, that in terms of your articulation that says the majority of Spaza shops owners and informal traders are operating as sole operating entities. They might not necessarily want to convert to others. The point that I want to make, at what point are they going to grow and fly out of this informal mode? Because it's like we argue, small farmers, I know that is agriculture, but we're saying how long are they going to be for small farmers? Is this process not meant to empower them, revitalize the township economy, and then make them real entrepreneurs? That would be my concern around it. Then my last 2 issues will be one around the permission that all licenses that are provided by councillors will not be provided. It will not be authentic, will not be accepted, except those. What made you determine that, to come to that determination? I was under the impression that councillors are not issuing out permits, but that's the inspectorate, the health inspectors are doing that. How then do we come? I was just a little bit not sure what you want to. The last point will be around the unverified total user registration by SITFA. For me, there's no you are giving us a figure of 1,383. There's no deadline or time frame. Why are your issues just open-ended? Is there no specific time frame to say by this time we should have done that? So that is it, Honorable Chair. But I think there's still a need for us to call on people to come to the fore to register. It's a concern. It's a concern. Thank you very much for the presentation, Minister, and your team.
Thank you, Honourable Mabilo. Before I go over to myself, Honourable Farmer has indicated he missed 1 or 2 questions. Over to you.
Chair, my apologies here. I was just reminded of a question I asked in the first meeting that was not really answered yet. And I would like to ask it again. Does the department know how many Spaza shops are foreign owned? And what are the consequences they're going to face for operating illegally? And then also, Minister, if the way you administer the fund is not addressing the need what the fund was created for, or the problem we had, hence the fund, yet the way you administer it still leaves a contingent outside that operates without having to apply for fund, yet they're still operating. Does that not create the possibility that we might still see children dying maybe in the future?
Honourable Sithole.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I was skeptical to raise my hand because I went outside, and when I came back, Honorable Farmer and Honorable Mabilo had so many questions written, so I did not want to ask something that they already asked. But let me just appreciate the presentation, and also to appreciate the Minister and the DM that whenever we request you, you are always here. That one we must appreciate. We cannot always, be negative and slam you, but we must also say it out loud to say that we really do appreciate your presence at all times. By the way, my name is Lucia Sitole from Northwest Province. Now, my question is that I saw the presentation, especially on the slide 33 and 34. Now, what I need to know is that, because I saw that in the Northwest, the application in progress are 69. I'm from Matosana, and you were there at some point. Now, what I need to know is that we've got 4 regions in the Northwest. Now, it will be helpful that next time when we get this kind of presentation, we get the municipalities also, because we are permanent delegates sent here by our provinces. Now, it will really assist if we can see at what municipalities and so on, because the last time when we had this presentation, when we requested them to go back, when I went home, I started to ask questions, especially on the issue of the Spaza shops registration and so on. Because the last time I've asked a question around the issue of, I've got this smaller, they call it informal village something. It's people from, they were staying in a hostel, we moved them to a new village. Now those people, the 89% are South Africans. It's only few numbers that are not South Africans. But I can tell you, the Spaza shops that are there are about 8 of them. They are owned by South Africans, but they have no idea about the registration of the Spaza shops. Now, what I need to know is that when you go to the municipalities and especially at the district level, do you monitor all this presentation when they are done, or the report that is given? Are they saying that they are doing this presentation where? Because if I'm owning a Spaza shop, it says that Sylvia, she's trying to put food on the table for her children. Now, when you call me to a meeting that I'm supposed to spend 56 rand to come and listen to you at a presentation in town, than coming to a smaller hall where I'm staying, especially in a rural area, then I will opt to stay at home, but not go there. But if they can go on the ground a little bit to our people where they are, and give this presentation and assist them where they can assist, because that new village, they don't even have a rent statement. I've raised it the last time to say that they don't even have a rent statement. They only get these letters of recommendation from the councillors to say that this person is residing in house number or a block number, this and this only. Now, this thing of councillors giving also this thing of permits, if it is true, it needs to stop. Councillors are not earning much. Now, advantage is going to be taken, and it's going to be very dangerous, because we are going to, it's like we are promoting corruption now. Because someone will say to me that, give me this, I will give you a permit with this so much amount. Now that one, it must stop, and it must go straight to the municipality, not, even though I know very well, even in the municipality, because corruption is everywhere. But let us find a way of managing the situation through the municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kennedy, I see you looking at me. You didn't have your hand up. Would you like to ask a question?
Greetings to the department. I would like specifically to comment to slide number 30, qualifying criteria under compliance with legislation concerning food preparation and health and safety standard, as we put it in here. I just want to have a sense whether the department is actively seeking to address issues such as the sale of expired or counterfeit products. Whether measures are in place to monitor that with relevant legislation, particularly regarding food safety and hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kennedy. Before I pose questions, I would just like to ask from you, Minister, and the DM and the departmental officials, your time. We have booked until 8:30, but I just want to know if we go beyond that, would it meet with your requirements, or do you have certain transport logistical problems if we do go past 8:30?
Definitely not, Chair. We're budgeted for 9 o'clock, actually.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. The majority of questions that I had have now been posed, but I have a problem or a question relating to the shortage of building and environmental health officers within municipalities. And I'd like to know how your department intends to ensure compliance with the food safety and health standards in this regard, whether there have been any engagements between COCTA and your department, because this is why we're speaking to the 500 million, is because of the outbreak of the loss of lives amongst our children. And then the second question on that is the immediate interventions that you might have. Will they be implemented, and then when? And these are like the conditional licensing mobile inspection units. Are there something like that on the table, or interdepartmental task teams to fast track the enforcement of health and safety compliance so that we don't have any more lives lost? And then Honourable van den Berg also raised the question, and I am also very concerned about it, is that SETFA is speaking to the 150 million of the 500 million, and this completely fails to account transparently for me. I would then like to know the 350 million that is remaining outside SETFA. Is it going to be allocated to additional DCPs, or is it earmarked for separate interventions such as infrastructure, refurbishment, or training? If so, what are the timelines and the targets? And then has any of the, or any portion of the 350 million been transferred to other entities like DTIC or the NEF or municipalities? And if so, under what criteria and with what expected outcomes? Now, with regard to the districts that have been identified, I'm now speaking from an Mpumalanga outlook. We have 3 districts, but you've only identified 2 districts. Now, what happens to the people that fall within the one district that hasn't been mentioned if you go out on your road shows? It's unfair towards those people because they cannot get to those places because it's very far from them. And then if you could just also please explain to me these road shows, what has the return on investment been? What does it cost the department to initiate a road show? And as the DGD said, sometimes it's 100 people, maybe it could be less. Has it really had any return on investment on the money spent for these road shows? And then Honourable Pina raised a very important question. We now have the names of your DCPs, but that's not the initial question or the only question that we asked. We asked for a complete breakdown. We want transparency on how it was decided that these three would be the DCPs. And then Honourable Sotoli touched on people not knowing about the Spaza Shop Transformation Fund, if I can call it that, or Assistance Fund. Now, I was in a town, Sabi, on Friday, and I was speaking to the people in a very, very informal area called Poller Park. Now, there's absolutely nothing there for them on whether they knew about this Spaza Shop Fund, and nobody had heard of it. So could I just hear from the DDG whether when you go out and do these roadshows or do workshops, do you just concentrate on the cities or the bigger towns and exclude the rural areas? Now, coming and speaking from my point of view, there are areas around Blyde River Canyon, it's known as the Northern Villages. They have never ever heard of it. And their closest town is 60 kilometers. And there is one Spaza shop in Laroro that has to serve the whole of Matabidi, the whole of Laroro, and the whole of Marumela. Can't work. And the Spaza shop owner there in Laroro has never heard of this fund. So if we can just get some feedback on that, how you get the message across to the most rural areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for those questions that you have posed. Probably let me start by acknowledging that we may not have reached everyone, understanding the nature of the department as the national department that does not have footprint on the ground, but relying, of course, on the agencies SEDA and CIFA, which is why we emphasize that we do this work with local municipalities whom have representation of every ward through the councillors, the CDWs, and the other spheres, or the other functionalities that are found at that level. We emphasize this because, as Honorable Modise did say, when as government we took a decision that there's a need for us to have an integrated approach on development or implementation by establishing the DDM, we were meant to address exactly those gaps. Indeed, we don't have people. People reside at the local level. That's why even in all the interventions that we provide, we will say those that are interested in our products or services, they can go to the local municipality in the LED unit. That's the message we always give. Or they can go to a nearest what used to be SEDA or CIFA offices, which is CITFA. Because we have an appreciation of the fact that we have about 300 plus officials, and they can't afford to be in each and every village. This is why we are saying the interventions that we provide require a multi-stakeholder approach. Now, we are focusing on net joints at a national level in terms of the compliance, the other things that are affecting the Spaza shop interventions. But I spoke of the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. that we are driving, which means we have no choice but to work with traditional leaders. And we are working with traditional leaders to a point that on Friday the 13th we'll be signing our memorandum of agreement, because we are not able to only focus on the townships or on the cities. We have a responsibility to give effect to the constitutional mandate that we have of not leaving anyone behind. And that has to be done by bringing all the stakeholders. We partner with various business associations in order to make sure that we reach out to as many businesses as possible. We're not only relying on the work that is being done by the departments, the business associations themselves, they run webinars for their members because we have an appreciation that we can't be everywhere. So the DDG reports on the work they've done only as the national department working with DTIC. But the work, as the DDG did indicate, continues at a local government level, municipalities. We've seen the MMCs for LED driving the work. We've seen certain mayors driving the work that needs to be done. Now, how do we deal with some of the challenges in relation to compliance? I say this all the time, that when we look at the Spaza shop, we're not only looking at the product that is being sold. We look at the entire ecosystem. Where does the Spaza shop trade from? What are the implications or the standards in terms of infrastructure and other services? And how is it run? And all of this, they impact on the running of a successful Spaza shop. Whilst we're looking at the issue of addressing the pricing issues, one may not be able to cut by 20 cents simply because the quality of the road infrastructure does not give that person an opportunity because it's costly to drive in particular areas. This is why we said we've got to make sure that we utilize whoever the administration chooses that is closer to the Spaza shops. We have run the program. It was shown that the one where we were saying we're providing 10,500 rands for Spaza shop. When we went to the committees when we were doing road shows, they said, Minister, you have made us to travel from here in Lusikisiki and go and collect food or stock in Kokstad. And this is the amount we had to pay. That's why we were clear that in this time, we must not repeat those. Let's try to minimize as much as possible. That's why I indicated earlier that in the township task force, one of the things we requested was the list of distribution channels or centers and the wholesalers that the food manufacturers have themselves. So that we're able to say, if you are appointing Stella, if footprint yake, how far is it? How closer is it to the people that are there? Honorable Mdisa, you are saying other questions were not answered. The team will talk to the number of workshops, but I try to just give the accountability in terms of what we have done. There is this that you are raising in terms of the number of Spaza shops that are in the country. The Accenture report talks of 150,000 Spaza shops, and it tells you majority are foreign-owned already. Now, when we saw the opportunity after the incident that happened, we said it is our opportunity to come closer and ensure that we get to know who is trading. Now, you are trying to kill two birds with one stone by forcing or giving an opportunity to the bodies that are responsible for ensuring compliance or do inspections. Because these people must now come to the municipality and register. And indeed, in the first days, we did see and get reports that most people that went there were the foreigners. I recall when I went to Kwamashu, I found lots of them mixed with few elderly women. And I spent time in the queue trying to understand, where do you come from? I come from Pakistan. Why are you here? all of them, they have the, what's the paper they use? The asylum status. And when last did you go home? Of course, they will forget, so they will mention. And how did you go home and come back, but you are a refugee? How does it happen? Then this is when, because we cannot be able to identify compliance if we're not with the officials, but you can know the basics, which is why we bring all the teams when we go and visit. So we pass and then we see these elder women, and then I ask them, Mama, so you are running a Spaza? Spaza. Where is your Spaza shop? And then she mentions, all right, so where do you buy your stock? She can't answer. I'm like, oh, you're running a Spaza, but you don't know where you buy your stock? And I can tell without a confirming fast that she's fronting. Then I remind her, do you know of Section 42 of the Immigration Act? That you do not have any right to aid anyone who is in this country, especially illegally, but even those that are here legally, you can't assist them with things that do not talk to their visa status. Because you may be here legally, but it doesn't mean that you have a right to trade. That's why there's different visas. So I try to explain this to them. When she got shocked, because I'm like, I'm going to call this police to take you, because we are with the immigration officers here. And she then panics, she goes back, and then you see majority of them leaving. They didn't know. The point I'm trying to raise is that we have put laws in place, but I don't think we've done much awareness for people to know. Although the laws that we have a number of participants participating, but the number of participants that we're talking about, if it's 100, it's 100, and that can be 100 out of 5,000 in a ward. This is why, from the parliamentary perspective, we then establish the parliamentary constituency offices to bring the law closer to the people to interact with the members of parliament and members of the provincial legislatures to understand what is happening in their own areas. And these are the structures that we bank on when we do this work, to say, as the department will come here, at the PCO level, like other MPs have invited us to say, we've mobilized stakeholders, send your officials to come and share the information on the work that you are doing. And we're doing that because we would like to reach out to many people as much as possible with the little resources that we have. So the 4,000, therefore, that you may be referring to say 4,000 registered, which means 196 do not go. Others are scared. They can't go and register. They're scared because they're here illegally. But what the chair has raised in terms of enforcing the compliance and the strategies of how to increase the pool of inspectors is what we must pay attention to. Because this exposed, we were aware of the weaknesses, but the extent, we didn't see. We saw it when we decided to say we want to have 5 inspections. We couldn't have those because we didn't have enough teams to do that. Of course, at this level, we go as national, but then we then said, let's cascade it to even the local joints, because they are the local joints. But still, in terms of the personnel, which is why you may have seen many adverts. I know Minister Math has advertised about 20,000 inspectors, because she is trying to respond to the challenge that we're faced with, to say there's many businesses wherein they are employing especially illegal foreigners or legal foreigners, but they're not supposed to be working there, as we know the quotas in terms of our Employment Act and all of those. So it opens us to a lot of things, including saying, was this the right decision that we took through the National Health Act to say the issue of the health workers, the environmental health workers, must be at local municipality level or district municipality level without transferring the function with the personnel and the funds? What does this teach us as the people that make the law? When we are having these discussions of wanting to address a particular challenge, do we look into the entire ecosystem of what we are trying to address? I'm aware that maybe those that made the proposals to say, remove it from the health department to local, they were trying to bring inspectors and the health workers closer to the people. But then what was not followed up was the capability and the capacity at the local municipality level, including the budget that must follow the function. As we say, mandate follows the structure, and therefore the budget that goes. And these are the things we're beginning to talk about, including Minister Mtswaledi when we talk to him, because he sees it as a gap. Now, for you to reverse that, it means you must go and repeal that particular clause. Now, we begin to engage as the ministers, listening to our technical teams also, what are the gaps? How best can we go about this? We are looking at those because we've got to be convinced that indeed, if they go to health, will they have the capacity? Will that reason that had made them to remove the function not come back? We're looking at those, and all of those, they require extensive engagements and all of that. I do believe there's cost or return on investment on the workshops, no matter 20 people that we'll go to. If people are not informed, people will not benefit. So for us, it's more on the impact of those that we are reaching out to, which is why I said we are complementing the physical workshops with webinars, radio stations. We do lots of community radio work through GCIS, but we're trying to get the message out there. Those that are watching TV, if you had watched this, what is it called? In 161, there have been people who are coming here. Hi, we are from the Department of Small Business Development. We're coming to check because we're trying to use all the platforms in order to reach out to the people, even on social media, as I indicated. So for us, there's a return on investment, because we believe that when we have told or we have reached 20 people, they're able to share, let alone that these days people are very selfish about information. They don't share it. But we bank also on the public representatives as they engage during their Izimbizo and the other activities, public activities that they have for their communities to share those information, which is why we also allow the teams to say, if there's a PCO that is inviting us, because we recognize PCO as part of the work that we do as the ecosystem, if then they are invited and then our teams can go and register people there, which is why we have appointed business regulation officers, the 52 that I spoke about per district, but then they do the work with the municipalities and the structures that are there. We have active PCOs that are there. Will municipalities be effective in implementing bylaws? And thus, the reason I don't know is simply because there's a lot that is a challenge. That's why we continue to talk about building a capable state. Because even in the areas where we have personnel, there's the capability issue, not a capacity issue. This is why we have said, let's partner with the School of Governance and UJ to be able to provide LED workshops and the qualification. Because everyone must have an understanding so that those that are in those units, they can be taken through what is expected of them. Because the tendency is just to throw whoever that is there, they must go there, and then you don't look at whatever. It's very few municipalities that are able to master it. Etegun is one of those. And we're trying to learn from the ones that are doing it very well, but we're also trying to address the gaps by partnering with the LGCTA and the other stakeholders to say, can we really try to bring these interventions? The intention of the fund, as we indicated, as much as we do talk to the influx of the foreigners or foreign nationals in the Spaza shop economy, the registration process and the establishment of the fund cannot address that. But what the registration will achieve, help us achieve, is to know who is trading. But remember, we're focusing on South Africans. Now, again, you need to enforce that compliance. It means inspectors must go and visit whoever is trading in those areas. Now, that is beyond us. That's why I said we're working as the net joints. I cited the fact that Minister Meth, from her side, has already issued an advert for 20,000 inspectors. I know others are looking at that. We're also partnering with the wholesale and retail, LNGCTA, to see if we can bring other unemployed graduates to the space wherein they'll be trained, and then they will assist with the enforcement. It is a challenge. a serious challenge that we have. But we do appeal to all South Africans, because if you know that Stella is with Bismarck that side, and Bismarck is not a South African but running a Spaza business, at least what we appeal to people to do, if they're renting space from your area, at least you must know if this person is here legally and on what kind of visa, which is why we continue to urge South Africans to try to be loyal to their state and their people for once. It's important that we encourage that. I know apartheid is not longer here, but it is that capture is here, and people may be out of their own land, and people may continue being slaves of people who are here illegally that we can't even trace and account for. On yes, the foreigners, they continue to run the Spaza shop, as I said. So we're banking on the municipalities and the other team, as I indicated. We are trying to assist, and the CEO will talk to this. In one of the slides, as they mentioned the TCPs, they then talked to the negotiation they did in terms of the percentages on discount. Now the question that was asked by another honorable member is, if you are providing this intervention to individuals, Spaza shop, how do you talk about bulk buying? Bulk buying is enabled by the process, that's why we're able to talk about 5%. Because you are not negotiating for one, you're negotiating for the entire number, which is why I'm saying on the engagements that we have with them is to say, you must now stick into being organized when you go and buy. We are putting the seed that you start here already, you begin to see this, which the Spaza shops have a right to check if there are other people that are offering better. But these are prices in order to promote bulk buying that have been negotiated for discount. So we're trying to do that. It's just the delivery mechanisms. We can't deliver to a group, we deliver to one, because it is one applicant that applies for the Spaza shop. I didn't get the one, maybe the officials did get. The one on DCPs benefiting on stock fund and then on the other funds, because they are providing training and the monitoring. I believe it is the systems that they use, because if we, for example, we're giving you a POS machine as the Spaza shop, it must give us information, and then we're able to see if you continue trading, because it is in our interest to make sure that the businesses that would have supported are sustainable. Others, they take the grocery, the stock, and they donate it or they sell it, and that's the end of it. So those systems, that's why it's important to have those digital systems. Then they're able to see how active is the Spaza shop, and that's the monitoring that we're talking about. So that when they provide feedback, then our teams are able to say, as we talk of both the pre-investment support and post-investment support, what is it that needs to be done? But also it assists with gathering business intelligence of what are the products that are dominant in that area. It doesn't assist us only, it also assists the Spaza shop owner. From our side, it then begins to say, it means we can then assist some of them to grow and themselves become wholesalers that must provide the products, and you also begin to look at the small-scale farmers and the others that are producing the food that can be onboarded. We can't guarantee that there's not going to be any illness again or death. If you recall, the last incident was because of organophosphate, a pesticide administered under the Department of Agriculture that is not supposed to be utilized for households, but is supposed to be used in the fields and the other areas. Now, this is why I said one of the challenges is that we have these laws, but we have not made time like we do when we go to public hearings to take them back to people and explain. Even if you are breaking in, as it happens in somebody's farm, and then you begin to steal this, you must know the implications. And I know that Minister Steenhuisen is looking at that, as he was looking at the people who are licensed, but also what mechanisms can be brought on board to make sure that there's awareness, both the farmers and the other people that have access to these pesticides, because this one is not because of expiry of food, but it's because of a pesticide that was not supposed to be found on the Spaza shop. Again, that goes back to the education that we are saying we must provide to the Spaza spaza shop owners to say, now you are trading with food. These are the regulations that you must meet and know. You cannot sell this if you have food. This is what you can provide. Even if you see so many rats, you must know you can't just buy because it's going to have implications to the people. The report has to be broken per municipality. I fully agree, because that will also give the members a clear understanding of where are these areas that have not gone for registration. We have the min-max with the MECs for economic development, and we also urge them to go and sit with the districts. So we get information both from COGTA and the MECs for economic development, which in turn works with the MMCs of economic development. We are not yet there to say, even on the ground, but we're trying to put those structures in place. Because for as long as we get information from COGTA that will say, this is the number like we have seen. COGTA will come and say, 25 spaza shops have registered, and then you get the MSCs for economic development, they're saying 50. So we're trying to get all of those coordinated. That's why that DDM model works better for us, and that's why we have put now the BROs that I spoke about in each and every district to help the coordination, so that we can find accuracy, and therefore we can know who else is doing what in relation to the work that we are talking about in those areas. We introduced the issue, the honourable member is not here. We introduced the issue of registering businesses, because even those that don't want to register with CIPC, but they must be known, which is why we talk about trading permits. And then when we talk, when we talk about the 6 months now, is for those that there's a particular amount that is put, spaza shop that are making so much, more than 80,000 rands, therefore they are required to go and register. We're giving them, because we said this fund, we are assisting them to be compliant. So that's one of the compliance measures. We're giving them 6 months because there's certain things that they must then collect, although we have already partnered with the CIPC ourselves to say, get ready. I did indicate that most of the spaza shop owners and other small businesses, they're very reluctant to get their businesses formalized. They're scared of tax. And this is why we partnered with SARS to say, can you come and run tax awareness programs? Because there's a unit that is dedicated for small businesses on the taxing. So as they were showing there the different categories, we are giving them that information so that it's easy for them to go and register and not just think about it as if it's a way to punish or take money away from them. Anyway, even if they are registered, if they are not making profits, there's not much tax that we can generate, which is why through the township and rural development policy that we'll be putting to cabinet, we are outlining certain things, because we are looking at the challenges of why businesses in townships and rural areas are not growing. So the support mechanisms does not only talk to just this injection, but it also talks to the confidence of the locals that must buy and support them, but also the knowledge that they must have in terms of running and understanding the markets that they serve. When that happens, then we're able to say, how do we make sure that this money that circulates in the township gets to be used to invest, because there's limited investment that is being done in the townships and the rural areas. How do we make sure that it gets to be invested in those terms so that it eliminates some of the unnecessary costs, so that they can focus on investing in the actual business in terms of saying, I must go and fix the potholes and all the other things that they do. They focus on what they have to do in terms of investing in their business, and then there's going to be more profit, and then that's when we're able to tax them, because they'll be profitable. That's the reality. So that's why we jumped at that opportunity to say we must help them with registration and partner with the IPC. The intention is to get those that can be formalized to be formalized. The team will talk to the markup edit. My understanding was that if we have said 40,000 for the beneficiary is 40,000 worth, which means it takes into consideration the discount. And I know the teams, when they were making the presentation to us, they did say there's some management fee or something like that. They will talk to it. I think that's where they make their money, the DCPs. And in the management fees, the training, it's all these monetary reports and the other things that they will talk to. But we made sure with whatever interventions that they are putting, the cost is not transferred to the Spaza shop owner, because that's the person of interest to us. The part that was talking on one of the slides that the Spaza shop must register with CIPC, it was on the other old fund that we spoke about where we're providing 10,500 rands. It was 15,000, 10,500 is the loan. It's the initial fund which has been overtaken by the new fund. The 350 million, remember I said this is a joint fund, 150 million from us, which we committed towards stock. 350 going to refurbishments, furniture, and the other things, which is administered by NEF, an entity of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So those, as the applications come, because the platform, they are able to see the platform, they have access to it. So those that have applied specifically for stock, they come to SITFA. Those that have applied for furniture and other things, they then go to the NEF. Then we had not managed to get the information, the updated information from NEF, I believe, but the select committee can invite DTIC and NEF to give specifics, because even if we were coming, we would have received numbers last week, and then by this time we don't know what's the status. And as I'm saying, definitely Minister Parks, I know, he will be keen to allow his team to come and report. We do partner with DPSA, the Disabled People of South Africa, the association, simply because of the gaps that we're talking about, that more than 1 million disabled people in South Africa don't have access to meaningful participation in the economy. There's different interventions. The DM is responsible for that work, but we do work as the department. We have dedicated funds on others that we call Amavulandlela Fund, that we provide to the people with disabilities that are applying for certain funds. So that's why you see even there when we put the different groupings, we do highlight to say 0 from them or 2, because it's based on the applications. But I'm trying to imagine how best possible, if it's a Spaza that most of them, they run by one person, best possible for majority of disabled people to participate in that, because if you are deaf, wouldn't be a struggle to run a Spaza shop. I don't know, which means we've got to think of other interventions to accommodate the disability, because it can't be the same intervention, because others are blind, others are deaf, with all the different disabilities. So it does require a detailed thinking, of course, working with the Department of Women, People with Disabilities and Youth in the Presidency. We are working with certain associations that are against counterfeit. We are working with DTIC, as we know that DTIC is the one that has the task in terms of the mandate. There's the Consumer Good Council of South Africa also that assists in identifying or tracing the products, where do they come from, so that you are able to determine if they're counterfeit or not. But we have called upon all of them to say we need big businesses to come on board. We can't continue complaining about the many counterfeit products and their voice is not loud enough. They have the resources, so they must work with us closely. We do, when we have our engagements, we do raise those and the impact that they have in the economy. Now, in relation to the issue of the expired goods, if you have checked most of the products that you buy, especially on food consumption and others on retail, except for clothes, you find that it's labeled BB, particular date, best before particular date. We have seen it when we're here in Cape Town doing inspections, and you will find that, I've never seen it, something like that. You get a tray of meat and somebody says best before November 2026. It's meat. You don't know what is added there, if you can believe that. That time, I think it was around February when we were doing the inspections. Now we're beginning to engage the Minister of Health because it is them that are working on those. Although there's a particular challenge, which is what the Western Cape adopted, hence they use most of the PB and others. But we are trying to review or check if there's a possibility of reviewing so that we can go back to expiry date. Because when they say best before, if they've just put that sticker, you don't know if how long has the product been on the shelf. So we're trying to look at those as we deal with the many regulatory bodies that are involved. The immediate interventions that we have, as I indicated, the different ministers are looking at beefing up and the partnerships that we are looking at in terms of getting some of the interns to assist in terms of compliance. I am, with your permission, going to hand over to the CEO. Most of the questions were for the CEO. And the DDG on road shows, but I think I've responded on the DDG. But if there's anything, then you can talk to CEO. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And thank you, Chair. I'll start with the question on slide 33 and 34, which is the slide that concerns most of the members. I want to say that sometimes we try to provide quite a lot of information. What we were trying to do on slide 33 is to break down the 5,522, which we spoke about under slide 31, where we're saying there is 12,849 Spaza shop owners or businesses that have interacted with our system, but 5,522 of them have their applications in progress, which means their applications are not complete. They are in various stages. Hence, honorable members, you see that the number of 4346 doesn't correspond to, or doesn't have a lot of breakdowns if you look across the spreadsheet or the table. And it's mainly because these applications, they are in various stages of being completed. Some have not even gotten to the stage where they put in the money element. Some have not gotten to a stage where they put in the provincial element. Some have not gotten to a stage where they put in whether they are female, black, youth, and. As a result, you find that it says not specified because of those elements. So in reporting it, maybe we need to find a different way of reporting it and not mix it with the complete application. My focus was on slide 34, because slide 34 explains better where we are with transactions that are at the complete stage. And for me, that is where that is the slide that is more important, because on these ones, we know where they're coming from, which province. We know either female, black, youth, we have all the information, but the applications are complete. And that reflects then the amount. That's why it would be slightly lesser than the previous slide, because in the previous slide, if all the information was available, I believe that we will be in hundreds of millions in terms of the total quantum that is available. So, honorable member, that is what is causing the difference, but we need to maybe try and explain the 5,000 incomplete transactions or applications differently and not mix them with the complete ones, which is what is causing problems, honorable members. And maybe one should apologize for that. So we will then deal with breaking down that 5,000 in a different manner. For the next presentation, should we be required to come and account? Having dealt with that, I also wanted to deal with the question that talks to funds. There is the Spaza shop owners will get the point of sale system, as the members can see that there's a section that talks about equipment. So they will be getting the point of sale system, which will make sure that the money reflects. If people swipe, the money reflects in their bank account, and they're able then to transfer it to their wallets, and they're able to trade. But we need to teach the Spaza shop owners also about the issue of banking, that when there's cash, it needs to be banked. There are options that are being explored by the various DCPs in terms of how do we bank the cash, in terms of the services, the drop safe and all that stuff. But those become very expensive, and it would need to be combined for it to work, but you can never know when cash will be available in different places. So we need also to teach the Spaza shop owners that they also need to bank the money for them to have continuous business. But also we would know how the money goes, because the stock will be recorded on the system. If you sell stock to the value of 20,000, but only you've banked 10,000, that's when then the conversation immediately, because the data is live, what is going on with the balance of the money? Why is the money not being banked? But it will take a lot of teachings for us to get to that level. But accountability becomes very key, and there's a transparency of utilizing a system to get to that level of saying, you are not progressing, you are not doing well because you sold stock of this much, but we don't see the money, and we begin to intervene as quickly as possible in those businesses. And we're also going to promote the issue of also people using cards to buy from the Spaza shop owners. I think the minister spoke about the 350 million, which is administered by NEF. I would not touch on that because the only thing we share with NEF, we're administering the program together. We share that database, the stats, the system, what is there and everything, so that South Africans don't have to apply from different places, but apply from one central point, which we then from there were able to process using the methodologies of each organization to get to the Spaza shop owners, the ultimate goal being the Spaza shop owners being assisted. We definitely, honorable members, do not have an issue in terms of disclosing the shareholding. Is something that we can definitely, we didn't want to write shareholders on the documents, but it's information that we can share with the committee, mainly for protection purposes, and it's information that we can share as early as tomorrow or before the end of the week, because we've got it, we've checked the shareholders, we've done the due diligence, we know who they are, we know, for example, A2Pay, 100% white-owned business, benefiting 45% of the funds. And Spaza, 100% African-owned business, 100% black, benefiting only 21% of the funds, and Tradeport, 33% of the fund, again a black-owned, Indian-owned business. We would share though the detailed shareholding as our legal team did a detailed due diligence onto this business. I must say that it was very difficult, for example, to when we're going through the due diligence for some of the entities, because they were realizing that they are helping us more at this point in time in getting this program through. But we have what we call, because we're running a lending institution that, as I said, runs both the wholesale lending and the direct lending. We have some of, for example, the DCPs funded, giving them loan, like I won't disclose the amounts, but giving them loans to lend into the space before, So we then treat this for ourselves as a normal lending business. We do go on tender, for example, for things that are not main business of the entity, and that's how then we worked around, as I said, we also assessed quite a lot of DCPs, including the likes of your Coca-Cola and so forth, in getting to choose. And we needed to make sure that from a race point of view, also we do have a balance, as I have shown how the shareholding of these entities are. And we also wanted the stronger players in the market, so that when we deliver this, we can then have credibility on this matter. So the point of sale, for example, they are sold or they will be sold to the Spaza shop at a discount. The discount that is obtained, that we've guaranteed from the Spaza shop, from these DCPs, will be passed to the Spaza shop owners. We are indeed, as the minister said, as I mentioned that the whole 150 is for the benefit of the Spaza shop owners. So the 150 will go to the Spaza shop owners. Our side then is to manage the fees that we'll be paying outside the 150, because our intention is to make sure that the 150 goes. And the example that I was making was that, for example, we pay on average the 9.1%, but it's not for them to consume. Is for them to provide the 6 things that I mentioned: the training, the visit, the assessments, and the likes. And that's what they would do over and above. And as I said, the negotiations became difficult when we were engaging, because it got to a point where some were even saying, you know, when on this 150 they won't be making money. And we said, that's not the point. That's the point. The point is that you don't make money on the 150. But obviously in the future, you know, they will have a bigger network, and those are the future benefits that we were engaging in exchange for the discounts to flow to the Spaza shop, and squeezing them for each and every rand and each and every cent. I think I've covered quite, I don't know, Chair, if there's any question that I have not covered, but I wanted to just cover these key ones so that it becomes clear how we do business as an organization, and what are these discounts that we've contracted. Or indeed, we've got agreements, Chairperson, with the DCPs. That's why we're at the point where we know what they need to deliver, the reporting, the training, and so that they're able then to account. But also we have a view on their systems, clear view. Anytime we can go in and see what they're doing, who are they managing, how is that going, what stock has gone to who, by when, and what stock has been sold by which client or by Spaza shop at any given point in time. And for us, we thought that is very important for us to be able to do. So we've got those performance agreement. And I would acknowledge the issue of the prior to 1994. Definitely, we are we do fund those as the honorable member had indicated in terms of us funding honorable member Modise, that we mustn't forget when we're speaking, and we must speak about those prior to 1994, and I think it's very important. And indeed, I also used to enjoy watching the soccer player that you mentioned playing, and thank you very much for reminding me of those memories. I would leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. If you could just switch off your mic, please. Thank you very much. There is nobody else that has to respond. I take it. Members, okay, I see Honourable Satoli has her hand up, and Honourable Farmer. That's what I said. If your questions haven't been answered, just indicate to me. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I was just checking on page 34. It says that 838 completed applications. Does it mean that funds were disbursed on this, or what? And then all the meeting regulatory requirements, if I can get clarity on those ones. Okay. Does it 838 completed? It says that, right? So what I need to know is that I get it talks about 838 completed application. Does it mean that the funds have been disbursed in this 838? And then on the issue of the meeting regulatory requirements also. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is only the last one, the one of how many Spaza shops are foreign owned. And also, Chairperson, the question, probably just a follow-up. 838 completed, which took up a total stock of 31.7 million. If the sum is then made that 150 million will only not even cover 4,000 Spaza shops.
Thank you very much, Minister. I don't know who you're going to direct to answer the question. CEO, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I'm just going to talk to the number of how many Spaza shops that are foreign owned. We don't have those details. As I'm saying, they're not registered. So we're basing whatever information that we're providing on the Accenture report that said out of the 150,000 Spaza shop, about 70% or more are foreign owned, which is why I was saying we were banking on this process that everyone will get into the work that we're doing, and then we get others that must go and visit, and then we will know. But as things stand, unfortunately, we don't have. I know Minister Hlabisa is working on tightening and visiting the councils because it is there where they are registering. He did indicate that he's calling mayors and the other people that are involved. Thank you. The other questions I'll be responded to by the same.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would answer the question about the 31 million. Definitely, because on average, it just took to 37,800 and something per Spaza shop, and we do see that at some point the funds will be depleted, but the numbers are very much correct from that in terms of on average it's about 37,800 per Spaza shop that they are applying for stock. Obviously, not all of them. Chairperson applies for 40,000, others apply for lower, others apply for that 40,000. The 838, they've met the minimum criteria as set on paper, with the physical verification still need to be done. The reason why we have not rushed into processing is because we've seen it in our normal lending, where, for example, Gauteng just takes a chunk of the money that is allocated, and normally followed by KZN, followed by Western Cape, with Northern Cape and Free State coming in last all the time, and we want to run a fair process that says we now have a view of the applications and there's a fair representation, and only then we'll start the disbursement process. So we have not paid out, but we were discussing with NEF that maybe we should start, but we really want to see fair representation across different provinces. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could switch off again, please. Thank you. Colleagues, members, I think, Honourable Pinar.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's going to be a quick one. Don't worry, colleagues. I know we're all tired. Minister, this one will be for you. We're not actually increasing with this fund we're not increasing the number of South African-owned Spaza shops in South Africa. We're not increasing them. The majority, large majority, will still be held by foreigners. We are not necessarily gaining access to the 180 billion rand market for South Africans. What are your goals to improve the ability for South Africans to get more market share? Because at the end of the day, I think that's maybe also one of your goals, isn't it? And unfortunately, how goodwill this fund might be, we're not changing the figures. It's still going to be 95% foreign owned, 5% local owned. Thank you, Chair, that's all.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, honourable members, we asked this department to come back with a complete report and give us a bit of transparency on the questions. I think we have received what we asked for, so we thank you for that. But as the chairperson of this committee, I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you that in future where we do engage, that the initial report that this committee receives is presented in the fashion that it was done tonight, because if it had been like it, we wouldn't be sitting here now and costing Parliament extra money for a second meeting, because you know how it works. Everything has to go through the channels and approvals have to be given. We've got to get the transports out here for our members to get back to the different villages. There are still some concerns, the slow disbursement, the high rejection rate, and then I am still very unclear about the selection of the DCPs. And if I heard you correctly, you said that you are able to provide us with a breakdown by a close of business, or was it a breakdown of something else? I came in afterwards. You can answer that. And if that was not the case, then with regard to the DCPs, we need to see who and what that is. And then we'd also like to see a list of all the beneficiaries that have been granted the funding. And then a clear plan on how you're going to assist the non-compliant applicants, especially our informal traders. And then an independent audit of SEDFA's role. I really need to see that, please. And Minister, I'm calling on you, please. This fund cannot become another channel for inefficiency or patronage. We've got to, as the members said, look after the people that are looking after the people in our informal areas. They are the lifeblood. And we need to ensure that they are assisted with the 150 million that has been given to your department. And I'm sure these members will continue their oversight on this fund, and you can be rest assured that it will be done with a hawk's eye. And with that, before I hand over to you, Minister, for your closing remarks, I would just like to ask if the DM would like to say anything, and if she would, the floor is hers, and then over to you, and then after your remarks, members, the meeting will be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Select Committee. Indeed, the Minister will do the final wrap-up closing remarks. But from my side, as I was here with the last meeting, I just wanted to thank members of the committee for your robust engagement. And I'm sure that will help us as a department to improve in terms of the way we deliver, not only on this program, but many other programs. I believe that any program of government will only succeed if we also play our oversight role where we are, be it in our communities, be it where we are. If we assist government also in doing that oversight role, then together we meet each other somewhere. We spoke a lot about communities that are harboring, sometimes even protecting foreign nationals that are owning in our communities, because this is really if we don't attack it from all angles, we're going to find ourselves that with all the plans that are there, with all the implementation plans that are there, but programs then fall short because our communities were not on board, the Spaza shop owners were not on board, or there are others that were not on board. I really value each and every contribution tonight, and we are encouraged by the level of interest and the level of engagement. And Chairperson, I've got no doubt that it's going to help us moving forward. I also want to thank the DG and the DDG and the and CETFA for preparing so well, because I was here the last time and I saw not the anger from the members, but the dissatisfaction from the members. And as I'm sitting here now, I must also thank them for going into the details and also giving themselves time to come and respond to members. And must also thank the Minister for being here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DM, Honourable Minister, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. The honourable member says this intervention we are providing is not increasing the number of Spaza shops. Partly true, because if we are saying we're assisting people who are not compliant to be compliant, it means we are adding more to the ones that are compliant. And in the presentation, we did indicate that we've had this program wherein we're providing 10,500. So it's not the first intervention on the Spaza shop. But you're correct to say it's not going to make a dent in terms of the market share that is there. And this is why I spoke about the township and rural economic development policy that I said we are finalizing. We are to take it to cabinet now, which will then set up the rules of engagement, because the challenges that are faced by Spaza shop are not in isolation of the realities of service delivery in the areas where we're coming from. So we are narrating that story, but we are providing intervention so that even the program that I spoke about, the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, TREP, must respond to the realities. I made an example that through the TREP, we provide financing for Spaza shop, for example, or for butcheries. Now, if you understand the value chain of the food industry, you will know that SPAR and others, they survive because they have bigger space, they can order more quantities, which give them access to more discounts, but they will have a deli, so that when the food is about to expire, they put in the deli and they sell to everyone. Now, these are the things, as we continue to engage with the ecosystem, we begin to see that as much as we've crafted some interventions, but we have not looked at the entire holistic approach. So we're beginning to bring all the players on board to say, if we are providing this, let's also look at ABCD so that it becomes profitable and they'll be able to grow from there. I said earlier, one of the challenges as we were doing the consultations, looking at the development of the township and rural economic development policy, was the fact that we now get to understand that the businesses that are operating at that level, they don't have the capability to service the market they have. Now it means we must begin to put instruments in place that must respond to that. And when you do that, automatically there's going to be growth, because the more you incentivize, the more you attend to other challenges, infrastructure, through our shared economic infrastructure program that was put there to say, let's look at the infrastructure challenges in particular areas so that these people have access to certain things. We are incentivizing so that you attract lots of people to come to the space. Now, as we were engaging on these radio interviews, talking about this fund, urging South Africans, DM likes it everywhere, to say they must open the Spaza shop, they must occupy the space and all of that. So one caller says, Minister, we see the fund, but are you going to come and protect us when we've opened these businesses? Because when we open, we are subjecting ourselves to high criminal activities because we get to be attacked. Now, you can see it's not just about them opening the business. So it's all these other societal challenges that are faced with, which is why the township policy that I'm talking about looks at that ecosystem that has to be functional, that when Minister Mchunu does deployment to a particular police station, let's look at the economic activities. When the Minister of Human Settlements goes and say, we are building here, how is it human settlements without addressing the economic needs, the needs in terms of demand of the food that is required by the people, but addressing the crime, but making South Africans own up in their economy, not to be spectators by waiting for government to come and fight crime in our areas. And this is one of the approaches that as government we have taken to say, we want to really build an active citizenry that must take interest, including entrepreneurs participating in the development of the law. Because most of the bylaws, as we talk about route tapes that we see there, it's because entrepreneurs have not participated in the making of the law. We only allow lawmakers to make the law without understanding the concept of entrepreneurship. And that's why now we're bringing everybody. We have partnered with all the deans of commerce in the 23 universities to say, come on board, you are providing education. What kind of education? This is why, again, to respond to the challenge, then as the department, we are in the process of finalizing the entrepreneurship strategy for the country. Instill it when kids are still at school, because we know that they are able to take and sell lollipops, but how do you nurture that talent from the onset, not to wait for someone to be unemployed with a qualification and then say, you can choose entrepreneurship as an option. So we're trying to bring those. We've partnered with some banks. Once that we finalize the strategy approved, then we're going to be running some programs with the Department of both higher education and basic education. Already we've established centers for entrepreneurship in the TVETs and some universities to bring the entire ecosystem that must be fully functional in all the areas. So this is what we would want to see. As I said, Spaza shop, they have to grow to become not only wholesalers, but they must also own the distribution channels. And the only way to do that is to provide them with all the relevant support that they need. The funding policy for MSMEs seeks to address that gap. South Africa has a credit gap of 350 billion rands according to the IMF. That's the 2020 report, which is 5 years older now. That tells you, if we are still sitting here, we're talking about the budget that we have, which is 2.3 billion, we're still far. Even if you look at what NEF has, this is why you see Minister Parks talking about the transformation fund, because in our own funding policy that was approved and got support from the industry, we had proposed the establishment of a fund of funds to try and minimize the credit gap. And this is why we are urging the members of parliament to really support it and mobilize people to rally behind it. But as the chair was saying, it's important to make sure that when there are these funds, there are cleaner, smoother processes that are safeguarding the investment not to go to the wrong hands. Because with all the great intentions, there's always the devil that is waiting outside to exploit what we are trying to do. So we're saying, we will try from government, but we also need those that are beneficiaries or lawmakers and other stakeholders to participate in it. So the last aspect is the business licensing policy that has been approved by government. I know I've approved it to be gazetted. I don't know if the team has already gazetted. We will be introducing the business licensing bill, trying to repeal the Businesses Act. Now we're trying to address the gap that the chair was also asking about in terms of the capacity of the municipality. We're inserting ourselves as the department to have some authority on guiding certain things with clear interventions that must be put in place. Thank you, honorable members. You have really assisted us with the questions, and thank you for chasing us away so that I get an opportunity to come here, because I wouldn't have had this opportunity now. We're looking forward to future engagements. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I know I said I'm closing off to you, but please afford me the opportunity to say thank you very much to the committee staff, 2 ladies and 1 gentleman sitting here after hours, and they all have families, same as the departmental officials. So on behalf of this committee, thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned.